morning. We have a full schedule, and so I think if everyone can hear me, if you could grab a seat, and we will go ahead and get started with the first panel, again, since we have a packed agenda. But thank you all for coming out here. I think a lot of you probably had quite a drive to make it over here, so thank you for coming out for an early start. I just wanted to let folks know up front, there are QR codes with the agenda program bios on all of the tables. Some of the tables also have the Wi-Fi information, so if your table doesn't have that information, maybe look over to the table next to you. Bathrooms, there are some signs for the bathrooms, but they're right through these doors and then to the left, I believe. I should know this building better than I do. And with that, I think we will get started with the first panel, an introduction to immigration law. So I want to first introduce our esteemed moderator, Molly Gray, the far side of the table. Molly Gray currently serves as the executive director of the Vermont Afghan Alliance. Molly holds an LLM in international law from the Graduate Institute of International and Development Studies, a JD from Vermont Law School, and a BA from University of Vermont. After graduating law school, Molly served as a law clerk to Honorable Judge Peter W. Hall on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit, and Molly previously served as Vermont's 82nd Lieutenant Governor. She also served as Vermont Assistant Attorney General from 2018 into 2020, and also taught international human rights law here at Vermont Law and Graduate School. We're very glad to have Molly Gray here on the panel as a moderator, so thank you very much for your time.
Thanks. Thanks, Maya. Good morning, everyone. It's absolutely terrific to see so many familiar faces. I'm kind of sensing that a lot of incredible women also work in asylum and in the immigration space, so wonderful to see so many people here today. This is the first panel of what will be a very exciting, a very informative, hopefully a very collaborative symposium today. Before we dive into the panel, I do want to pause and thank Jill and thank all of the organizers. This was put on pretty quickly, and I understand there's over 313 people signed up, both joining in person and joining remotely. So just some morning gratitude to the organizers for this incredible symposium. So about this panel and what's going to happen over the next hour. First, I know that I just got out of the car and I'm still coming down from racing down from Burlington. So if you need more coffee, if you need to use the restroom, I think there's some water over there. If you just need to take a moment at any point, take it. The first panel is on Immigration Law 101. I know that in law school, if I was going to start immigration law at, 8:30, almost 9 o'clock on a Friday morning, it's that's a lot. So what I can assure you is that this incredible panel of practitioners in this space are going to try to make explaining this area of the law digestible, easy, memorable, and rememberable. And what we would like to do is take the first 35 to 40 minutes. I'm going to have a conversation. This isn't going to be a lecture. It's going to be sort of the Socratic method, and I'm going to ask them some questions, and they're going to share some information with you. As the panel goes on, take notes. Any question is not a stupid question. We probably won't take time in the middle because it's likely that some of your questions might be answered through the questions I will ask them, but we're going to leave a lot of time, so get ready to jump in 35 to 40 minutes. So with that, let me introduce our panelists. To my left, Brett Stokes, who's an assistant professor of law and the director of the Center for Justice Reform Clinic here at Vermont Law and Graduate School. Brett is a graduate of the University of Colorado Boulder and the University of Colorado Law School. Brett brings to CJRC nearly a decade of immigration practice experience. He has successfully handled a large number of cases, ranging from complex removal defense, family-based and humanitarian immigration cases and appeals before the Board of Immigration Appeals. In his time here at VLGS, Brett has been instrumental in expanding students' involvement in a wide array of unique practice opportunities, not previously available to VLGS students. He hopes to continue to expand these opportunities through the CJRCS's mission to provide robust representation to Vermonters involved in the immigration and criminal justice systems. Welcome, Brett. Nathan Virag. Nathan is a passionate immigration lawyer at the Association of Africans Living in Vermont, AALV. Nathan has an extensive background rooted in advocacy and a commitment to social justice. Originally from Chicago, Nathan pursued his law education at the University of Illinois Chicago School of Law. During law school, he worked with the ACLU Illinois, championing the rights of prisoners. Additionally, Nathan dedicated his efforts to the International Human Rights Clinic at his alma mater, where he assisted immigrants in navigating the complexities of the legal system to secure their status. Nathan was selected by Equal Justice Works for his 2022 National Advisory Committee, a testament to his expertise and dedication to the immigrant community. Over the last 2 years, Nathan has been steadfast in his mission to help Afghan individuals obtain legal status and protections here in the United States, showcasing his unwavering commitment to providing access to justice. Moving on, let's give Nathan a round of applause. Anna Taddeo is an immigration attorney at the U.S. Committee for Refugees and Immigrants, USCRI. Anna graduated from Lewis and Clark Law School in Portland, Oregon, with certificates in environmental law and international law, where she specialized in international human rights and human trafficking law. Originally from Rutland, Vermont, Anna currently serves on the Rutland City Board of Aldermen, where she has worked to create a more welcoming and inclusive city for refugees and immigrants. She primarily serves clients from Afghanistan and Ukraine, and a majority of her work has included asylum cases, green card applications, and family reunification efforts. Welcome, Anna. And Maya, also an organizer of this incredible symposium. Maya is the 2022-2024 Vermont Bar Foundation Poverty Law Fellow. Maya works at the Center for Justice Reform Clinic here at Vermont Law and Graduate School, where she primarily serves Vermonters seeking immigration relief and benefits and working with young Vermonters. She also supports students in their clinical casework and works on broader advocacy and outreach projects. Maya is a graduate of American University Washington College of Law. During law school, through clinic and multiple internships, she represented non-citizens in seeking relief from removal from USCIS, immigration courts, the Board of Immigration Appeals, and the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals. She holds an MA in International Affairs from American University and a certificate in Restorative Justice from VLGS. Welcome, Maya. Okay, is everyone ready? Yes, here we go. So we're going to begin this morning by establishing the framework that our conversations today, the legal framework that our conversations today really will come back to at different points. So this is the immigration legal framework around asylum. So Brett, let's talk about bodies of law. Where do we find immigration law, and what are the pathways to obtaining immigration status?
Can I take that break you talked about? So it's kind of a complex question to talk about what are the bodies of immigration law, but we can kind of think about it a little bit of a very brief history lesson. Up until the late 19th century, the 1800s, basically any foreign-born person could arrive in the United States and have full rights, essentially. It just wasn't something that was regulated. Fast forward to now, and really starting in the late 20th century, 1990s-ish, we now have a really, really complex patchwork of immigration laws, a really complex bureaucracy that's all... What's that? I didn't think that was going to be an issue. I'm very loud, but yes, I'm happy to. we now have this very complex bureaucracy that chooses winners and losers. There's a lot of quotas based on country of origin, national identity, those sorts of things. You can find all of those laws. I'm not going to get too into the weeds with this. In the Immigration Nationality Act, that's the statute, the Code of Federal Regulations, excuse me, it's a mouthful, which are the enacting regulations for this administrative type of law, as well as case law. So where are you going to find all of it? It depends. That's a favorite law school answer. That being said, what are the main types of, I don't know, I guess immigration? I forget how the question was worded, but essentially there's three main types of ways that folks can gain status in the United States. Through family, basically being able to apply for status through a family member, employment, basically a job or an employer is able to petition for somebody. Those options are becoming more and more limited, as well as humanitarian. That is kind of a catch-all for basically everything that doesn't necessarily fit in those first two categories, but it'll include your asylum, your defenses from deportation, those sorts of things. So that's kind of a broad overview of the world of immigration law.
Moving from there, how might someone enter the United States and begin in those pathways?
Again, it depends. It really will depend on, I mean, there's a number of different ways to enter the United States, right? It can be as simple as crossing a border, though crossing that border in between ports of entry now has become more and more difficult. That would be what might be referred to basically as entering without inspection, or EWI. There's a lot of acronyms. It'll be alphabet soup up here before you know it. Other options are entering with a visa. And so, though, like I already mentioned, entering with a visa can look a number of different ways, whether it's through family, employment, or it could potentially be a temporary visa or a visitor visa, or in addition, there are a certain number of, speaking of picking winners and losers, a certain number of countries that are actually eligible for this visa waiver system, a number of Western democracies that the United States has deemed that you don't need a visa to be able to come in, so you can kind of just come and go freely. It's a partnership between those countries. So those are kind of the main ways that you could enter and end up in the United States.
And today, as we continue our conversation, are there terms that you would say, we don't use these terms as we relate to individuals arriving in the United States, or the immigrant community, as we're building communities, as we're engaging with communities? There are some terms we're not going to use, and help us avoid those pitfalls.
Definitely, yes. And that's a great question. And anyone who's worked with me or taken my class, you've heard this before. But if you look at the language of immigration law, it's inherently dehumanizing. It's in the statute. Literally, the word alien is all throughout the statute. That word in and of itself is dehumanizing. On top of that, you might hear in the news media get thrown around not just incorrectly used terms, but also even more dehumanizing words, such as like referring to undocumented folks as illegal or illegal entrance. While it's a civil violation to enter the United States without inspection or be in the United States without a visa, yes, it is not a crime, it is not illegal. So those words are definitely the words that I encourage all of my students, myself especially, to avoid. And really, anytime we can, and in my work, this is very relevant when I'm either speaking to a judge, speaking to opposing counsel, or writing anything, I do my best not even to refer to the person as what might be factually accurate as respondent or it's kind of like a defendant in a criminal case, I really do my best to always refer to them by name, whether it's Mr. or Mrs. so-and-so, and or their first name. On top of that, you also want to bear in mind that there are other much more factually accurate ways to refer to non-citizens. I've said that already, but essentially anyone who is between immigration statuses, there's a number of different ways that are factually accurate to refer to them that avoid using the term alien or illegal, such as non-citizen or whatever they are applying for, have a pending asylum application, so on and so forth.
That's incredibly helpful. I want to now dig a little bit deeper because a big part of today's conversation will be about asylum seekers. And what is asylum law? Nathan, we're going to move to you to kind of give us some background information on who is eligible, how does that process work, and then Anna, we're going to dig even deeper with you, so get ready.
So I'm just going to talk about basically what asylum law is, because later on I'll talk about the question who is eligible for asylum. There was a new policy that was instated recently from the executive, and so that kind of limits what I'm going to say, but right now I'm just going to talk about what asylum is, what it always has been. So asylum law is basically somebody coming to the United States, trying to enter the United States from a country that they've been persecuted from the government or a certain group that the government doesn't care to control or just cannot. And it has to be individual to the person that has been persecuted or harmed based on one or more of 5 specific categories, which is based on maybe a different race, religion, nationality, membership in a particular social group, political opinion. And it's important to note that it has to be individual. So an example is you can't have a person that's, suffering atrocities in Ukraine come to the United States seeking asylum because of general war conditions. Anna, my colleague, will talk about other pathways for that, but it's important to note that general country conditions would not suffice. An example of general country conditions that could be stretched to suffice would be the situation in Afghanistan. So obviously, most of you are familiar that the Taliban now controls the government. So everybody is suffering, obviously, in Afghanistan, but the Afghans who came here in 2021 many of them were working with the United States military or working with the former Afghan government. So now the Taliban sees them as enemies. So you can see it essentially is general country conditions, but there's a stretch to individuality. And that's, in a nutshell, what asylum is.
Can you dig a little bit deeper and talk about some of the bars to asylum? So you've talked about the different categories. I think we'll talk about credible fear in a minute, but what about bars to seeking asylum in the United States?
Yeah, so there are several bars to seeking asylum or being granted asylum. So an example is they technically say a 1-year filing deadline, meaning you have to apply for asylum within a year. There's exceptions to that. So if you maintain valid status, like let's say you enter on a student visa and you maintain that student visa and it's been 3 years or whatever, then you can still apply, but that would be considered a bar, but you can overcome that. Another bar is what we call TRIG, inadmissibility factors, which is terrorist related. So if you've had any involvement in terrorist activity, again, there's always a defense. So I'll give you a real life example of Afghanistan. Technically, if you, let's say, paid the Taliban to get through the airport to come to the United States, that would make you inadmissible to the United States. However, because let's say it was under duress or you were fleeing for your life, that's an exception. So there are ways to go about those bars, but they're really looking for crimes you've committed, particularly serious crimes could make you ineligible, and there's no bright line rule. I think we all can agree with immigration, so it's not a direct answer, but those are the written bars, but there's always sometimes there's exceptions.
obviously, as an attorney working in this space, not having a bright line rule makes things extremely complicated, and you're constantly navigating changes from administration to administration. You talked a little bit earlier about the Biden administration putting some pretty significant changes in place related to asylum. Can you talk a little bit about that and sort of what you've seen and what you expect to the extent that you can predict that?
Yeah, and as I kind of alluded to earlier, asylum has always been available, and it's rooted in international law, it's rooted in just humanitarian law ethically as a basis. And so, and Brett kind of alluded to it earlier as well, that if somebody is coming to the United States, they're fleeing their country, they can do what's called a credible fear interview. They're, you know, people at the border might interview them, ask them why you fear return. They might assert that themselves, but these were protections in place. However, the Biden administration recently in early June, so not too long ago, just put what's called like a temporary, people refer to it as like a temporary ban on asylum, and it's kind of a loaded term, but it really does affect many, many people. So what this means is that there's a certain cap. So within a 7-day period, if more than 1,500 people per day are trying to enter, if it exceeds that, the temporary ban is in effect, which means that they can pretty much turn away everybody seeking asylum, no matter what. They can put you on a plane and send you right back to your country without even hearing from you. There's some exceptions in that, but it's very difficult. And they have the expedited removal process and things like that. So it's affecting a large majority of people, especially people that don't speak English. They have also now what's called the shout test. Well, what people refer to as the shout test, meaning that when you're at the border, it's no longer...
What's the name of the test again?
The shout test. I don't think
Shout?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's... So before, when officers at the border would ask, hey, what do you fear? They no longer necessarily would do that if it exceeds that cap of the number I just talked about. Now the people have to assert that themselves. And many people don't even know that, let alone they're not able to communicate that. So that has been problematic. There's a lot of lawsuits in place. ACLU's, I don't know if they filed a lawsuit yet, but they're going to, because it really affects people. There are a few exceptions, unaccompanied minors, people in severe medical distress and things like that. But again, it's not a great thing, and it's sad. It's depriving people of humanitarian rights. So
We'll come back to that, I sense, during the Q&A. Ann, I'm going to move to you, but do you want to add something?
I heard on the radio this morning the ACLU is suing the Biden administration over this new law, so stay tuned for what comes of this lawsuit.
Anna, to you, let's dig into the process. And I know many, many individuals here are working with asylum seekers and probably have a very good sense of how the asylum process works, but let's make sure the playing field is level. And can you talk about how someone applies for asylum, kind of the step-by-step?
Yes, and so before I do that, I just want to make a quick distinction between an asylum seeker and a refugee. So it's in essence the same claim that you're fearing persecution. A refugee has had their interview abroad and has already been designated refugee status and then comes to the United States. So to file for asylum, you need to be physically present in the United States. Somebody is not applying for asylum abroad. A person applying for a status abroad would be applying for refugee status. So once a person is in the United States, if they have a status, it's a temporary status. So for example, our Afghans came in with something called parole status, which was a 2-year status. So they have to make a decision to do something in that period of time. So folks that were eligible for and decided to apply for asylum have to do that within 1 year. Other people who may have crossed the border without documentation of that might be placed into something called removal proceedings, which we will discuss later. They also have 1 year to file for asylum. So the actual process in filing for asylum is pretty traumatic, and we do try to be trauma informed because basically you're asking somebody to tell their worst story and why they're fleeing for their life and why they can never go home. So what the structure of it is it's an application. It's an I-589 is the form. And in there is a series of information, you know, the addresses that you've lived at, the places you've worked, your parents, your children. People can include their children and their spouse in the application. If they're here, then they can be granted asylum with that. If they're abroad, you can still include the spouse and children in the application, but they would then have to file paperwork later to bring those people here. So along with that 13-page application, usually you try to provide a lot more information. So you would go over with the client their story and draft a personal narrative, which then ideally you would have an interpreter there if they don't speak English, and then a translator as well, and review it line by line with the client to make sure everything contained in there is accurate. And then you would amass a bunch of country conditions reports. So when I was filing for my Afghan clients, I was mailing applications in boxes because I had so many supplemental country conditions about why they cannot return to Afghanistan. Then if you have time, ideally you might include a memo just stating the law and why the client qualifies for asylum. If there are what Nathan was referring to, the TRIG bars, the terrorism-related inadmissibility grounds, maybe you would highlight why a client is eligible for an exemption. So for example, with the Afghans, a lot of them should have been eligible for special immigrant visas, which is because they served the US military. But in the evacuation, a lot of paperwork was lost. So clients who served the US military, who per definition would have persecuted other people, the Taliban, they were fighting the Taliban, right, could be ineligible for asylum. But so in my example, in memorandums that we would create, it would be like, well, oh, per this exemption, because you were fighting for the US military under the direction of the US military, you qualify for this exemption. And oh, it was self-defense directed at terrorists. So that's sort of like a little bit more of the specifics. And then you would also submit a bunch of identity documents if they have them. Asylum seekers and refugees usually aren't required to provide birth certificates because, again, a lot of these types of documents are lost along the way to get here. And then the other thing is it's a Form G28. If the client has an attorney, you would fill one of those out so that the attorney can get notices about the case. But yeah, it's just a pretty big case that you file in and that you hope it contains all of their story. And a big key practice tip is making sure that the client knows everything that's in their application, because a reason that clients get cases denied is if there are inconsistencies. So if you file an application and the person doesn't have an interview for a couple of years, if they forget some of what's in there, they could present as uncredible. So the preparation for the interview is really key as well.
And after you file the application, I suspect many folks in the audience are engaging with people who are in or asylum proceedings. Like, how long does it take? And when can you follow up and do an inquiry? What does that look like?
So two bodies of law. The Afghans have all sorts of exceptions and exemptions, and things are a little different for the Afghan population and community than other groups of people. And part of that from a policy perspective, right, is the United States military evacuated people, brought them here. And so now, like, we have to do something and do it a little differently because they literally there's no way to go back. So with the Afghans, they were given an expedite. So once they submitted their applications, then within 60 days, they were supposed to be issued an interview. For other populations, it's truly a hurry up and wait. You submit your application, then you're waiting for a receipt notice, and then you're waiting. There might be a biometric appointment where you go and get your fingerprints and your picture taken, and then it's a wait. So for some of my Ukrainian clients that I filed asylum cases for, I've warned them it could be 2 to 3 years before we get an interview. So it's going to take a long time because there's not a formal expedite. And our asylum system is very, very backed up at the present moment.
And is there anything that can happen or should happen to expedite the process? I think that's the question that comes up all the time, right? And
Oh, I was just going to add, I know at the clinic we've had folks who have been waiting since 2016 for interviews.
So for the Afghans, you write on the box, attention, Operation Allies Welcome, or attention, Operation Allies Refuge, and then those cases were expedited. I had one case I didn't do that on, and it got lost in the abyss, and so I just filed it again online to make sure that people knew, oh my gosh, this needs to be expedited. But that was a little tip that came out a little ways into the rush in filing these cases.
But for non-Afghan cases, is there anything?
There's not really.
Okay.
I say that with an asterisk because there's something called a congressional inquiry, which has been helpful for some of my clients, where you ask either one of our senators or our representative for a little bit of help, and basically what they do is push the government. It's been really effective for me to do congressional inquiries for family reunification process, and then for special immigrant visas that were stuck at the National Visa Center.
We're going to come back to family reunification and SIVs and congressional inquiries, when to use them, maybe when not to use them, in a moment. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and expedited asylum that are non-Afghan are sometimes granted, sometimes not, but there's always that risk, right? So if you do get an expedited, people are desperate, maybe they have family back home, and we'll get to family reunification later, but you're also risking an expedited removal process as well. So if you don't yet qualify, or if you don't qualify for asylum, you may have this false hope that it's easy. It's not. We'll all tell you that it's not easy to be granted asylum. Then you're also risking that chance that you may get sent back. Of course, there's a process. You're not just thrown on a plane, but people don't always take that into consideration when they ask for an expedited hearing.
It's a really good point. Work permits, right? It's not just the asylum application, it's a work application, or authorization application. Can you talk about that and how long it takes and what does it mean?
So if somebody doesn't have a status in the country, they cross the border, they were not given a status at the border, and they file for asylum. So they're not work authorized if they don't have a status. You get a work permit incident to whatever your status is. Like literally on the little employment authorization card has a number corresponding to what your status in the country is. So for refugees, they're given work permits when they arrive. An asylum seeker has to wait 150 days after they filed their application to be eligible to apply, and then 180 days before they're issued the work permit. So about 6 months, which I know I'm not asked for my opinion, but I think is incredibly cruel to somebody that's fleeing persecution and just trying to get their life started, and now you're telling them that they can't work legally in this country, but then grounds for being denied asylum or a green card later are working illegally. So it really puts somebody between a rock and a hard place when they're not legally allowed to work. And if we could change a policy, I would say that having work permits as soon as you apply for asylum would be incredibly helpful for really, really vulnerable people.
Amen. Amen to that. Yes. I think we're all ready to sign on to that letter to Congress. If someone's granted asylum, what's next? When you receive that email and it is the happiest day, what happens next?
So usually with my clients, we celebrate a little bit when we get the letter. For my clients, it's all come in a letter. What happens is 30 minutes of celebration, and then when can I bring my family? But yeah, what happens is somebody is legally permitted to stay in this country forever. They don't have to leave. And so that is a really beautiful thing, although a lot of people want to keep going with their status. So after 1 year of having your asylum granted, a client would be eligible to apply for their green card, their lawful permanent residency. Usually those green cards are good for about 10 years. And then 5 years after getting your green card, it would be eligible to apply for naturalization to become a U.S. citizen. Granted, the process for an asylee to get their green card, the estimated wait time is a couple of years at this point. And just for folks that are curious, a refugee, once they've arrived in the United States after 1 year, is eligible to adjust their status to apply for their green card. So it's a 1 year waiting period.
I next want to move to Maya and a topic that's hard, and that's removal proceedings, right? So if asylum doesn't go well or is denied, and or during adjustment of status, something happens. Right now we're seeing a lot of people in Vermont, unfortunately, in removal proceedings. So could you talk about how do you know if someone's in removal proceedings and some of the issues and questions that are coming up around that?
Yeah, so I'll share as kind of a FYI for a lot of you all as advocates, social workers, folks working in the community, maybe with people who either have crossed the southern border, at the northern border. We also see a lot of folks in Vermont who have had interactions with Customs and Border Patrol, because the majority of Vermont is within the jurisdiction of Customs and Border Patrol, which is a another issue all into itself. But someone may come into contact with immigration enforcement or Customs and Border Patrol and be placed in removal proceedings. Also, as Molly alluded to, someone might also be placed in removal proceedings after being denied an immigration benefit. But typically what happens is someone who crossed at the southern border is going to be, if they are apprehended by an agent and potentially detained, they will likely be placed in removal proceedings. So for you all who may have someone you're working with or know who isn't really sure what's going on with their situation, maybe they were told they have a court date, maybe they have a bunch of paperwork that they received at some point, something that is helpful to know is first to check if someone is in removal proceedings is to ask them if they've ever been arrested by immigration, they've ever been stopped by an immigration enforcement official, either at the border or within the United States, maybe an ICE agent, and then ask if they have any paperwork. A lot of folks who come to us who maybe crossed at the southern border and were apprehended by an immigration agent, maybe spent some time in detention, will have a stack of paperwork that they came with. And within that paperwork, there most likely is something called a notice to appear, which is essentially the charging document that the Department of Homeland Security issues to say, you are removable from the United States, and we are going to pursue trying to deport you, essentially trying to remove you. And so that document should have an A number, or potentially other documents that somebody has will have something called an A number. Sometimes some documents now will say USCIS number, like work permits will say USCIS number. It's the same thing. And the immigration courts, which fall under the jurisdiction of the Department of Justice, that's an administrative bureaucracy in the immigration system, has a system online or over the phone where you can check someone's A number to see if they're in removal proceedings and see their next court date, where their court is, who the judge is. And so even if someone has a notice to appear, which usually will have a court date listed on there, it's always good to double check in the system when their next court date is. So I don't know like the URL off the top of my head, but if you probably Google like DOJ immigration court case check or something, you'll come up with the URL.
Automated case information. That's what you want. That's the secret word.
Thank you, Brett.
Code?
Bookmark it.
It's the automated case information. You can say immigration court or whatever, but make sure you say automated case information, and then it'll bring you to wherever you need to be.
And then bookmark it so you don't have to search it again. And just type in the A number there and it will come up with court information if someone has an upcoming court date.
And Maya, if someone's in a removal proceeding that's, say, not related to an asylum case, but then asylum may be eligible for them, how does that work?
Yeah, so asylum is a defense to removal that some folks may want to pursue and be eligible for. And a lot of it is really similar to what Nathan and Anna were sharing, just the logistics or formality is a little bit different. So if someone is in removal proceedings, has an upcoming court date in immigration court, that means that the immigration court, not USCIS, has jurisdiction over their asylum application. And so what that means is if they want to file for asylum, they fill out the same form. They'll also eventually probably want to collect lots of evidence and statements and country conditions, but that is filed with the immigration court. And eventually what will happen is that individual will then have to make their asylum claim in front of an immigration judge and be cross-examined by the prosecutor in an immigration court case, who is an attorney for ICE, part of the Department of Homeland Security. And so it's a court proceeding. It is a court proceeding, but it's also an administrative proceeding, but it's very different than the USCIS affirmative asylum interview process. And so I don't want to take up too much airspace because I'd love to give Brett more opportunity to respond to some questions about it. But know that if someone has a court date, that means that their asylum application needs to be filed with the immigration court that has jurisdiction, not USCIS.
Thanks, Maya. Brett, I want to come back to you. you've advised a lot of folks on what to do if they're stopped by police, what happens if they're in removal proceedings, and how to give tools to all of the advocates and individuals here who are working with folks who may be in removal proceedings. So can you talk about all of that? Any of that? Tips and tricks, help that can be provided?
That's a lot. I mean, it's going to come back to what one of my favorite things that I've already said today. It depends. I think one of the most important things that you can do if you're working with somebody and helping them kind of navigate this process, the best thing that you can do is provide the information about when a court date is happening. I think that in and of itself is helpful and beneficial, and being able to communicate that clearly, like, this is when you have to be at court. And on top of that, it can even be helpful and beneficial to be a person to call the court and ask questions, especially because especially if someone that you're working with does not speak English or doesn't speak English very well and is not comfortable, interacting with a court person. Calling on their behalf and asking questions, I think, can be super beneficial in terms of figuring out, what needs to happen at that hearing. Can I appear by video, teleconference? COVID was terrible, but one of the great things, especially for living in a rural state like Vermont, that came out of it was that the immigration court finally decided to move into the 21st century, and we can file things online now and even appear by video. I only recommend doing that if your hearing is, if it's what's called a master calendar hearing, which is basically like a status docket hearing. I do not recommend appearing by video for like a final hearing unless there's been a significant amount of like stipulating essentially agreements between you and the opposing party on what is going to be talked about at the hearing. Beyond that, it's going to be really case specific. Obviously, I always recommend providing information about organizations that might be able to help. For immigration court, unlike criminal court, you are not guaranteed representation. So as a result, a lot of people are without representation in immigration court. I've seen some really staggering statistics that something like 75% up to that amount of folks that are in immigration court proceedings are without counsel. And on top of that, there's some even more staggering statistics that the denial rates of people who are not represented are just astronomically higher than folks that are. So just having an attorney, even if your case might not be the best, whether it's for asylum or anything else, it's going to help your chances that much more. Just having an attorney. So being able to access to the best of your ability. I know we're in a small state, and I know there's not a lot of people providing assistance like this, but we do our best, and there is help out there. So that's one of the other things that I recommend.
And with that, I'm talking about attorneys. Mustafa is here from ECDC, who's been working with the Afghan community and supporting Nathan. Also, Kristen Connors, who's, is that okay? Kristen, I'm pointing you. I'm just to recognize that there are other attorneys who are doing pro bono work. And if after this panel you have a question about needing legal representation or knowing someone who might come up and ask the panelists, because if they can't, they may know someone who can help with that. Before we move to humanitarian relief, and we're almost out of time because I really want to open it up for questions, what happens if someone is in removal proceedings or has not been granted U.S. citizenship yet and has a run-in with the law in some way? They're pulled over, they're arrested, they're charged. Just to flag that, what should someone do?
So having an interaction with law enforcement, let's, for the sake of this kind of hypothetical situation, say it's the police. In and of itself, that's going to be, and this is a really common occurrence in Vermont, especially if you are a non-citizen or are undocumented and are driving. Unfortunately, my clients I have seen who do not hold United States citizenship are pulled over at disproportionate rates, and just that contact doesn't always, but can lead to interaction with the immigration justice system. So as a result, having contact with, immigration authorities, with police in that instance, it's very important, obviously, to only answer the questions that you're asked, and to the extent that you're ever given the opportunity to say that you want to speak with an attorney, you don't have to answer questions. This question often gets posed to me around the context of immigration authorities maybe coming to act on a warrant. I say warrant because they're fake. They carry no legal authority. The warrants that Immigration and Customs Enforcement use are not a legally binding document. And on top of that, if ever somebody is coming to your door that identifies themselves as an Immigration and Customs Enforcement official, you can rightly say that you're not going to answer the door. It might be an unpopular opinion, but that is what I always recommend to my clients. And on top of that, as soon as you can, whether you're in an interaction with police or immigration enforcement, stop talking, ask for a lawyer.
Absolutely, and I can't stress that enough. We work with the Afghan community, and I'll just add that we're developing a legal rights training. We'll be doing that across the state with the Afghan community, providing cards that can be given to law enforcement saying, I speak Pashto, I have the right to interpreter at the very outset. So just even understanding what's happening during a traffic stop or any other engagement with law enforcement. I still have more questions for this awesome panel, but I want to pause because we only have about 10 minutes left to give you all a chance to ask some questions if you like. If you don't have questions, I'll keep going, but I'm just going to take a moment.
One other thing I just want to tack on to that I realized that I skipped is as far as criminal charges or anything like that, if you're working with anybody who either has already been convicted of something and they're nervous about that having an effect on their status or a pending status or something like that, or they've received charges, and God forbid if that has led to detention, please get in contact with the clinic. This is something that I specifically, I don't want to, it's a specialty of mine, and it's something that I enjoy thinking about and working on. It's a terrible circumstance to be in, but I also know that there's not a lot of people in the state that do this type of work. So if you have that issue come up, please contact us, and I will do my best to, at the very least advise on those situations. That's the only other thing.
That's great. Kristen?
Am I passing a microphone around?
Oh, I'm so sorry. What? Because we have
Testing.
a lot of folks.
Hi, accessibility. We're all going to speak into the mic, even if we can project our voices.
Hi, I have a quick question. So somebody comes here as an asylum seeker. They've been here for years, waiting for their interview, and then the country changes, and it's potentially safe to go back. What happens then?
Nathan, Anna?
I mean, it's still, a country. I'm talking about Tigray in Ethiopia.
And I may ask if you feel comfortable just to share your name and the organization you represent, just because we have so many incredible people here today,
sure.
and to give you some recognition for your participation.
Oh, sure. My name is Alison Seeger. I direct the Vermont Language Justice Project. This is a personal question. This is my family. So my daughter had her mother come live with her from Tigray, and she ran out of her green card, but then war erupted in Tigray, and she couldn't go back. She's applied for asylum. The situation is definitely safer than it was now, and potentially she could go back. So I'm just curious to know, she's been waiting for her interview for 5 years now. Is that true? 4 years, 4 years, since COVID started, before COVID. Yeah, so I'm just curious to know.
Thanks, Allison. Thanks for all you do as well. I think maybe with some very specific technical questions, I may encourage the panel to sidebar after, but if you want to give some general background in response.
One just quick answer to that is it's taken 5 years. You don't know when the interview is going to be. The country conditions have possibly changed. Two things to say to that. One, I think there's always an argument that even if the government can say the country conditions have changed, there's almost always something that you can point to that says, yeah, but. On top of that, they've changed in 5 years. What's to say whenever the interview happens that they don't change back? So it's it's not just like, oh, it changed sort of situation. It kind of is it evolves over time. So don't give up.
Yes. We've got lots of questions.
I'm coming. Jill, by the way, hi.
Hi, Jill. I'm Sarah Stoll, and I work with the Vermont Migrant Education Program. And I have two questions. One, can you talk about other countries that have parole? I think it's Venezuela, Nicaragua, and Haiti have parole. Is it similar to the situation for Afghanis? And then can you talk a little bit about folks who come from countries where the United States really loves their government and typically never gives asylum, even if 100,000 people
Did you say loves or loathes?
Loves.
Loves. Okay.
Yeah.
I can talk
Anna,
about
do you
the
want to-
parole.
Yeah, thank you.
So parole is a made-up status. The government just made up this status to help people, but temporarily. So for Afghans, Ukrainians, the populations that you mentioned, it's a temporary status that they're issued. So for Afghans and Ukrainians was 2 years, and then both of those two populations had opportunities to apply for a re-parole. For Ukrainians, it was Uniting for Ukraine. For the Afghans, it was Operation Allies Welcome, Operation Allies Refuge. And basically could apply for a re-parole. I can speak more to the specifics of those two programs, but I think I'll leave that.
Is there a way to have individuals who have paroled quickly moved into a different process?
So for the Afghans, though people that had parole, knowing that they weren't going to ever go back to Afghanistan, they applied for asylum, people with parole. For my Ukrainian clients, because that situation is different than Afghanistan, some people are choosing to apply for asylum. Some are still hoping that they'll be able to go back to Ukraine, so it is a little different. I think it depends on the country that you're from, but parole is a status that the government just extends. So it's like, it's up to the feds whether or not we'll have parole and how long it will last for.
Anna, do you have any hope for an adjustment act to parole in any case? I'm an optimist at heart, but I'm pretty discouraged by our current federal government, so I don't really have that much hope. I was very optimistic that the Afghan Adjustment Act was going to pass, which would have allowed Afghans to adjust to their lawful permanent residency to apply for their green cards. And I thought that would possibly pass because most of these clients had served the U.S. military, so I thought it would have really pulled Republican support as well. And since the Afghan Adjustment Act didn't pass, I have a lot less hope for other populations. So I don't know. There was a question over here. Yes.
I'm coming. I was trying to see if there were any online questions and seeing if we could give voice to those, and I failed. So you get the mic.
Hello, my name is Moira, and I work at the Family Room. I just started a few months ago, and I'm working with Spanish-speaking families that mostly cross through the southern border. And so I'm curious about the timeline of needing to apply for asylum within 1 year. Is that 1 year since they leave, and then they have, several weeks or months traveling, and then is it when they cross the border? Or is it when they, could you stretch it to like when they might hop between cities before they, find their home, and the families I'm working with in Chittenden County. So yeah, just curious how flex that can be.
So it's a pretty simple answer, and it's a very good question. A lot of people ask that. So it's the 1 year since you enter the United States. So when you step into the United States, it's 1 year after you enter.
And some families I work with have that notice of removal that they got when they got stopped at the border. But for folks who weren't stopped at the border, they, I guess, would need to demonstrate some kind of proof of that with like a bus ticket.
Yeah, that's a tough one. It's also, I don't know. I've had some people that have been undocumented for several years, and then you're also risking again somebody that may not. And it's not up to us to judge whether you have a claim, of course, but we certainly have some experience when we know things will more than likely go south, and then you're kind of just throwing yourself to immigration, saying, hey, I'm here. So it's not always a good thing, but it depends. Just like Brett likes to say, it depends on the individual circumstance.
We'll take a question. Do we have any questions online? I don't want to.
We don't, but Maya was giving me, I have a thought to contribute eyes. And so I was giving him right back to her.
No, I mean, I would just add to what Nathan said. And yeah, I think if somebody is not on immigration's radar, I think then if they can talk to an attorney or legal advocate, accredited representative to kind of assess their claim, because do they want to be on immigration's radar is always a question, depending on the strength of their claim. And that's a personal choice that they would have to make.
Hi, Danielle Turrell with the Migrant Education Program. You mentioned some terms or words not to be used for people looking for status or without status and all that. I would like to add the term New Americans as well. That's just a little note there. And then my question is, for the people under an asylum and asylum status for right now, any resources available for them? Because, like you mentioned, the refugees once they were interviewed abroad. So they have a whole setup of structure, organizations here, resources waiting for them. What about for the people under status, under asylum status, without any help, any resources? We're having issues like housing, a lot of homelessness and involving children and pregnant women. So I would like to know which resources are out there for people under asylum.
Thank you. I actually, with support from the organizers, may suggest that we wait to answer that question, because I think the whole next panel is focused on eligibility and access to resources and services. But thank you, and thank you for the language.
And if I can just add, or Jill, if you want to say, but that was actually why we wanted to organize this event, is because that doesn't exist. There's no resettlement system for asylum seekers. And so we thought getting people in a room to talk about these issues would hopefully help us make those connections.
Yeah, and hi, folks. I want to professionally introduce myself. My name is Jill Martin Diaz. My pronouns are they, them. I'm an immigration attorney at Vermont Asylum Assistance Project, and I'm one of the co-organizers of this event. So I just want to thank you very much for lifting up the feedback. Basically, as soon as we published our materials, we were reflecting and receiving feedback that everyone from all of the Americas are already Americans, and just because someone has stepped foot in the United States does not make their Americanness new. This is how you learn as you work. So that's my bad. I take responsibility for that, and I appreciate the feedback, and thank you for giving voice to that in this space. So I just want to say thank you. With that, I have taken up the last minute, so I'm so sorry. I see more questions. Let's keep the conversation going throughout the day. There's going to be Q&A peppered throughout the panels, and then there is an overall reflection section scheduled for the end of the day, a 45-minute Q&A space. So stick around. I'll pass it back to Molly to close us out.
Just to thank our incredible panel, and I really want to take a moment to recognize how hard these lawyers are working. I work with many of them every day on really, really tough cases. They're patient, they're persistent, they have a wealth of knowledge, and they always take my call, and they will take your call, and they will share what they know. So we're so lucky to have them, and just thank you all for all you do and for being here today.
All right, and now we have a 15-minute break until the next panel, which will begin promptly at 10:15.
Nice. Thanks, Molly.
It's fun. No, you too. I love
Same.
my Christian on sport where we're like, come on, talk about it. I think it's pretty interesting.
I know.
It's a lot to unpack. I mean, sorry, Maya. I was like, okay, this is a lot.
Manage a live chat for live Q&A at the moment. We're working on it. If we're able to do that, we will. You'll see it appear online, folks. If not, feel free to send your questions to info@vaapvt.org. That's info@vapvermont.org. Finally, because of the consent to record, we do just want to affirm for folks that it is okay to take pictures today. A reminder, as with the earlier panel, this is not a space where we're able to offer safe or ethical individualized advice on any in particular case. But to the extent that we want to document our presence today and be able to tell our constituents, our funders, our managers that this is a topic that Vermont cares about, please, we're streaming online. VAP is documenting and is going to be publicizing the event as well. So please feel free. Without further ado, Big, take it away.
Hi, everyone. Welcome. Thank you. My name is Big Hartman. I use they, them pronouns. I'm the Executive Director and General Counsel at the State of Vermont Human Rights Commission. I'm really honored to be able to moderate this panel today. Our panel is about immigration status-based discrimination. We're going to focus our discussion today on how immigration status impacts eligibility for programs and services. We're going to run through healthcare and health insurance eligibility, housing issues, employment and unemployment, and other programs and benefits that this amazing panel of people are really experts and advocates on. So we do have 5 panelists and a short amount of time, lots to say, so I'm going to try not to take up too much space here. I'm going to allow us to just go down the row here and allow each person to introduce themselves. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alicia Rodriguez, she, her pronouns. I work with the Office of the Healthcare Advocate, which is a project of Vermont Legal Aid, and I'm the communications coordinator there.
Good morning, everyone. Naomi Wokama-Cosland. I coordinate migrant health programs with UVM Extension. We support health.
Yeah, I got to sit
Thank
closer.
you. I'm not one who projects my voice, so is this better? Okay. So I coordinate migrant health programs with UVM Extension. We support immigrant and migrant communities that aren't otherwise supported by existing infrastructure to address health inequities across different health and social service systems. We have a team of 7 community health workers. Many of them are here today. A community health worker supervisor coordinator who is here today. And a program staff, and we support workers across the state. I don't know if it's helpful to mention kind of the different categories of folks that we support when I say that we tend to work with individuals who are not otherwise supported by existing infrastructure. That includes farm workers, year-round farm workers, seasonal farm workers, many from Mexico, Guatemala, Jamaica, as well as a new service industry population, many of whom are here from South America, Central America, and are facing a lot of challenges navigating their health needs. And we think that kind of population of individuals that don't have a structure supporting them is around 2,000 to 3,000 individuals.
Hello. Oh. Hello, everyone. My name is Sandrine Kiboe. I am the director of the statewide housing advocacy program at the Champlain Valley Office of Economic Opportunity, CVOEO. The 5 program that I direct serves tenants, mobile home residents, asylum seekers, families with children, and we provide education, direct service, advocacy, of course, and housing support services as well. I am also the president of the Vermont New American Advisory Council. This is a brand new organization that has been actually created in 2020. We promote civic engagement of New Americans and also make sure to dismantle barriers to New Americans to have a sense of belonging here in Vermont and attain and thrive culturally, socially, economically in our beautiful state of Vermont. Thank you for having me today.
Good morning. My name is Robert Depper. I'm the General Counsel for the Vermont Department of Labor. We've got a small contingent of my very capable colleagues back there. I wanted to thank the law school and asylum assistants and Maya for having us today. As a General Counsel, I provide technical support along with my office to the various programs that the department engages in. I'm sure most of y'all are aware of UI, unemployment insurance. That gets in the news a lot. But we also do a lot of other things. We look out for worker safety. We give people or help people get workers' compensation. We also manage and kind of help to regulate H-2A and H-2B workers. And we interact with many new Americans in a lot of different places and spaces, and he, him pronouns. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Marita Canedo, she, her pronouns. I'm part of the migrant justice team. What we do is to have all the folks here in the table collaborating with our community, making their services accessible also to mostly dairy farm workers from South Mexico and Guatemala. Not to say that we also have served communities from other countries, mostly Spanish speakers. We are not a service provider organization. We organize workers through popular and political education because we believe that a way to empower these communities is not doing everything for them, however, creating the systems with them to allow them to be independent, free of any discrimination, and also free to be here. And as the words that we were saying, we talk with a lot of undocumented community because we believe nobody should be named illegal and nobody is illegal. Thank you.
Okay, great. So we're going to structure this panel. I'm going to prompt each of our speakers to speak about the issues that they know best, and then hopefully we'll have a few minutes at the end for some questions from the audience. So I'm going to start right next to me, Alicia. Can you lay out the legal framework for immigrants being able to get health care and being eligible for health insurance?
Absolutely. So in my time at the Office of the Healthcare Advocate, which is an organization that serves anybody who lives in Vermont who has an issue related to health insurance or access to care, I have learned that on both a national level and a statewide level, our health insurance system is a patchwork system. So there are many different health insurance programs within our state, and eligibility for those health insurance programs can be dependent on a number of factors related to financial and non-financial eligibility criteria. So that may be your age, that may be your income, that may be your eligibility for a benefit such as SSDI, Social Security Disability, and for the purpose of this conversation, immigration status. So I'm sure I could speak to each of you about a complicated scenario that you had about health insurance in your individual lives. It's a complicated topic for those who have lived and breathed within our system for many years. However, for individuals who have that immigration status factor, it can be even more complicated. So I want to put this question into context today with a case example that we pretty commonly see coming into our office. This is a hypothetical case example that we often use as a training tool in these situations. And for the purposes of this conversation, I'm going to talk about benefits such as Medicaid, Dr. Dinosaur coverage, IHIP, emergency Medicaid, and qualified health plans that you can buy through Vermont Health Connect. So I'm going to paint a picture of a family you may have potentially worked with, like in your lines of work, if you're doing casework or advocacy. Again, this is a hypothetical family, but this is somewhat of a common fact pattern that we may see coming in through our helpline. So this family, it's a family of three. There is Julian, for example. Julian is a 27-year-old individual. He is in the United States with a pending asylum status and work authorization in this situation. And for the purposes of this conversation, let's say his income is at 130% of the federal poverty limit. Then there is his significant other. Her name is Anna. So Anna is somebody who does not have documentation to be in the United States legally. She is 29 years old, and she is a pregnant person, and she does not have any income currently. And then Anna has a daughter named Sophia. And Sophia is, let's say, 5 years old, and she has special immigrant juvenile status. So I'm just going to go through some of the health insurance programs that this family may qualify for based on the factors that I had described previously. So going back to Julian. So Julian is somebody, again, who does have a lawful immigration status, that pending asylum status with work authorization. And when I have a case question that comes in, oftentimes I start by screening individuals for Medicaid. So Julian has a qualifying income for Medicaid coverage. He is a qualifying age for Medicaid coverage. However, and he lives in the state of Vermont, so he's a resident of the state, so he meets that criteria as well. However, the factor that's going to hang up Julian from getting Medicaid coverage is his immigration status. So having a pending asylum status with work authorization is not a qualifying status for Medicaid coverage in this circumstance. So what do you do in this situation? I screen him for other programs. So there is another program called Emergency Medicaid. So if you meet all of the eligibility criteria for regular Medicaid coverage, except for the immigration component, you can be eligible for Emergency Medicaid, which is a very limited type of coverage that just covers emergency medical services. And it's essentially a reimbursement system for healthcare providers who provide service to these individuals. However, in addition, for Emergency Medicaid, he may be eligible to sign up for something called a qualified health plan through Vermont Health Connect as well. And Vermont Health Connect sells private health plans through Blue Cross Blue Shield of Vermont and MVP as well. So I would likely work with him depending on what he was interested in signing up for a qualified health plan and getting him enrolled in Emergency Medicaid potentially if he needs coverage for those emergency medical incidents. And the thing about qualified health plans, which is a little different from Medicaid, is they do have premiums and deductibles, so some cost sharing as well. And in this circumstance, there is financial help available through Vermont Health Connect in the form of something called advanced premium tax credit, which helps you pay for your health insurance premiums, and cost sharing reductions, which help pay for some of your out-of-pocket costs as well. So I would work with this individual to try to enroll him in that coverage. However, these factors can be complicated as well because advanced premium tax credit is a tax credit you get in advance, just like the name says. And you have to be really thoughtful about recording your income and making sure that you don't get too much advanced premium tax credit, because if you receive too much and you reconcile that during tax time, you can be liable for paying some of that money back. Additionally, some of the problems with qualified health plans is that if you pay late, your coverage can terminate, and you may not have an opportunity to sign up for coverage if it does close until the next open enrollment period. So that's a little bit about what the landscape would look like for Julian in those circumstances. Going forward, we have Anna. So Anna is a pregnant person. She is kind of the catalyst for calling our office. She's the one who wants to try to figure out what her health insurance options are so she can get care for herself and her onboard child in this circumstance too. So Anna is somebody who does not have a legal status in the United States and does not have a pending status in the United States. Again, typically when I hear pregnancy, I would screen somebody for a program that had a non-financial eligibility criteria for pregnancy, such as Dr. Dinosaur coverage for pregnancy, which is a Medicaid program in the state of Vermont. Now, Dr. Dinosaur has less immigration restrictions to be eligible to enroll in that program. It does not have something called a 5-year bar, which does apply to regular Medicaid coverage. However, Anna does not have a lawful status. So I would then screen her for a program called IHIP, the Immigrant Health Insurance Plan. The Immigrant Health Insurance Plan, similar to Emergency Medicaid, is a type of coverage that you can get if you are ineligible for Dr. Dinosaur coverage due to your immigration status. It is full and comprehensive coverage. Again, it's a Dr. Dinosaur-like program. There are some slight differences between this coverage, but it is more of a full benefit than a Medicaid program. She would also be eligible for emergency Medicaid coverage in this situation. Now, emergency Medicaid coverage is really important for pregnant people So I do highly recommend that they get signed up for that program, simply because if you have a child when you're on emergency Medicaid coverage, unlike IHIP, your child is considered a deemed newborn and can automatically be enrolled in Dr. Dinosaur without an application and receive that coverage for up to a year without doing a renewal. So those are two really important factors that I like to consider when working with pregnant people in Vermont. Okay, so let's talk about the last household member. So the last household member is their daughter, Sophia. So Sophia, I think we said, was 5 years old in this situation. And she lives with her mom and her mom's significant other, who isn't her biological father in this circumstance. So her household would just be her mother and her father in this situation. And she has that special immigrant juvenile status. So that is something that would be considered a qualifying status for Dr. Dinosaur coverage in this situation. So I would work with this whole family to get them enrolled in the health insurance benefits that they are eligible for. And I just want to take a moment to realize how complicated that was. So we are talking about 3 household members. And I think I talked about, let's see, Medicaid coverage, Dr. Dinosaur coverage, IHIP coverage, and a qualified health plan as well. And emergency Medicaid, yeah. So these are the factors that individuals need to consider when they are just thinking about enrolling in a health insurance benefit within Vermont. So there's just so much complication that's added by that extra immigration criteria component. And, you know, as somebody who works with these individuals, just explaining this criteria can feel complicated a lot of the time, not to mention a lot of the bureaucratic issues that people run into when they're applying for this program, not to mention some of the language access barriers people can face in these situations, and not to mention some of the added documentation that is required for the immigrant health insurance plan. Now, I think I'll turn it over to Naomi to talk about those factors in a little bit more depth. We work back and forth pretty consistently to try to solve some of these issues that people face.
Thank you so much, Alicia. Naomi, dovetailing off of that, what barriers do immigrants face in accessing healthcare and health insurance programs? How can you help?
So first off, we so appreciate the Office of the Healthcare Advocate. They have helped solve countless challenges navigating the health insurance system and just general health access. As I was thinking about emergency Medicaid and IHIP and all the potential programs that this particular family could qualify for, it was hard not to just get stuck on all the barriers that actually make it really challenging for someone to ultimately both get health insurance and ultimately use it. I was going to do a case example as well, and I started thinking about possibly building off of Alicia's, but I think ultimately just for Julian applying for emergency Medicaid, my folks can help back me up. I think it would be a 16 to 20 page application, paper application. He would only qualify if he had a qualified emergency. It's a very specific criteria. Most people, when they're in a medical emergency, aren't going to be thinking about applying for insurance. So if you apply after the fact, you would have to then also apply for retroactive coverage, because even though it is unrealistic to expect that someone could apply for that while in the midst of a medical emergency, the system requires that. For Anna, as a pregnant individual eligible for IHIP, it's only 4 pages of an application, but it includes up to 6 to 8 additional pages of supporting document. You have to prove where you live. You have to prove your income, which is often changing all the time. And so when we look at the families that we work with, it's between 25 to 50 pages of paperwork for health insurance in establishing care. And that's unfortunately not an exaggeration. There's a huge administrative paperwork burden. On top of the paperwork burdens that everybody faces, but particularly those with immigration statuses that require paper applications versus online applications. Most individuals we work with have their own unique context and their own unique barrier. So they may have a language barrier, they may have a transportation barrier, they may have a work schedule that doesn't allow them to take time off, or a job that does not allow them, does not pay them, and they have to decide between getting a paycheck or going to the doctor. They may live in a place where there's no cell service. They may only have access to Wi-Fi, but the healthcare system only allows you to communicate through the phone, regular phone system, or text messages. So we have kind of these individual barriers for everyone that we work with that are in combination with discrimination that people face, and in combination with the structural and systems barriers that exist within the state and county by county, health entity to health entity. I did an exercise with our team, I think 2 weeks ago, and in preparation for this panel, thinking, oh, well, we can come up with a list of situations or experiences of discrimination and experiences of structural barriers. And it ends up being a really long list. We have staff members who speak English as a second language. Sometimes the information that they are given and how they are treated is different than how I'm treated when I call a clinic. The same thing happens with the clients when they try to call. There's many individuals that have been here and understand how to navigate the healthcare system, but because of their accent, sometimes get hung up on. We face comments from front desk, sometimes the person who's answered the phone to ask about, they make comments about someone's legal status, asking if they're illegal, when ultimately that actually shouldn't impact whether or not someone can access care. I'm trying to think of other situations that our team has talked about. I think the questions about immigration status in particular it's really important to raise that, because I think there's such a lack of training across different health entities. And I don't think that oftentimes the questions are coming from a place of wanting to cause harm or a place of wanting to discriminate. But without training, individuals don't necessarily know how to ask those questions, and they don't necessarily know if someone is eligible or not eligible for a program. But just by asking a question in a certain way, it can create some tension for whoever's trying to access the services, and they may not decide to pursue treatment or pursue care because of how they're perceiving the other person interacting with them. So in terms of structural barriers, the ones that I really want to highlight are, in addition to the administrative paperwork burden, which is really just out of control. Marita just gave me a stack for one interaction. Like, that was probably a third of what this individual is going to have to fill out. But it's almost always in English. I, as someone who grew up in Vermont and speak English as a native speaker, sometimes there's questions that I don't know how to answer. Even when it's translated into another language, oftentimes those translations just don't make sense to the person who is experiencing the healthcare system or our healthcare system in a new way. Language access has improved immensely across the state, even in rural areas, but at the same time, it's improved mainly with the provider and patient, and at other points of contact is really challenging. So if somebody calls, and they're speaking another language, it's hit or miss if that person answering the phone knows how to make a three-way call and connect to an interpreter. If someone's checking out at a clinic, the receptionist may or may not connect. We've countless times had patients call after an appointment and say, I have no idea what to do now because they told me this is the plan, but they didn't give me a medication. Turns out a prescription had been sent in to a pharmacy, but that wasn't communicated clearly to the patient. There are a lot of challenges around navigating prescription costs, and it just feels like, I think, for our team and everyone out there who's been helping others navigate healthcare systems, that there are all these tricks that you have to know to be able to access affordable care, to access local care, to make sure that you don't get a $1,000 bill, to make sure that ultimately you are able to have the health outcome that you need or that your child needs to be able to thrive. And I'm not trying to, I mean, the question was about barriers. So in my defense, I wasn't asked to be talking about like the positive characteristics of healthcare access. But it's hard not to imagine how overwhelming it can be for an individual, for a family, to be in a new place, to every interaction they have is different, and it's really hard to know what to expect because there's so many inconsistencies across systems. You have maybe a community health center that requires a certain amount of paperwork or a certain type of paperwork. You get referred to the hospital. They have another type of paperwork. You might need an x-ray. The hospital actually contracts out with another company, and so that bill is coming from a different company. If you have financial assistance at the hospital, it will cover the provider time, but it's not going to cover the cost of the x-ray because that's a private company. We've created this healthcare system that really isn't about helping people be healthy, and I think ultimately when you look at individuals that are kind of disproportionately impacted by I'm sorry for all the healthcare providers out there, mess of a system that we have, it's just kind of barrier after barrier. So if there's anybody that wants to continue having these conversations, I'm really grateful for this symposium because like someone said, I think it was Jill said, there isn't a structure across the state that really supports a lot of individuals who are outside of the refugee structure. There's a need for a statewide approach. There's a need for collaboration across organizations. I feel like this panel could just have been on healthcare. The reality is there are a lot of changes that need to happen for people to get to the place where they can independently access healthcare services. And I really hope that that happens soon because it feels very, it feels unfair that somebody who might have a very personal health issue feels like they have to rely on someone else to access the care that they need to be able to get the affordability of the care that they need. So that's kind of my hope is at some point there can be systems change, and in the meantime, there can be enough collaboration that at least bare minimum health access can be a reality for everyone that we're working with.
Yeah, and I just want to echo what Naomi had said. The example that I had given you all was actually an uncomplicated example, at least in my book. There are rules that apply to immigration status as it pertains to health insurance eligibility, then there are exceptions to that rule oftentimes too. So what I would encourage you all to do is if you do work for an organization or advocating on behalf of an individual, the Office of the Healthcare Advocate is here to help you. You know, we have to correspond directly with clients, but we do kind of want to work to bridge that gap, even though it is very complicated and burdensome sometimes.
And just to put in a plug, I think there are organizations that do a really good job of working across language, and I think knowing what those organizations are and knowing when you can encourage someone to call on their own is really helpful. And so that I think being able to call the Office of Healthcare Advocate and support someone in doing that is something that we can do to help people have a little more independence.
Thank you. I agree. There's so much more to say about access to health care, and there's also all these other pressing issues that immigrants are facing in accessing the public services that are available. And then now we're going to turn for a few minutes to talk about housing. Sandrine, we'd like to hear from you. What are the opportunities and even the challenges for asylum seekers in accessing housing?
Well. I'm going to do my best to speak about not only challenges and opportunity that is very scarce anyway, regardless, for asylum seekers. I'm going to focus on asylum seekers coming in the country very freshly, don't know nothing about the U.S. social system. I'm going to start with challenges. But before I do that, we always prone and preach about safe, affordable housing for all. Great slogan. We should work on that. Very difficult to do in a broken system, but unfortunately it's the system that we have. Trying our best to have some policy changes happening. Unfortunately in Vermont, we tend to move towards change, but it takes us so long that sometimes the impact or the negative impact, it's already done. And for us to be able to get to a place where somewhat we make a change that put people in a place where they might be somewhat, I will not say stable because there's no stability, but in a place where they might be able to survive, we are not here even remotely yet. I am originally from the Democratic Republic of Congo. I'm a former asylee. I went through the whole process myself. I've been in Vermont. I've been in the US for 27 years and in Vermont for 18. But I was a fortunate asylee, I have to say. Challenges that I've experienced and, our community, new community members, came about, housing when they come in, is of course scarcity of housing. It's everywhere. It's not only Vermont, it's the country. We have our housing crisis. We have affordability that is an issue. We have availability issues. Our housing stock is so old, it's not even funny. But unfortunately, we have more and more and more of our newer community members coming through Vermont. Recently I've seen people coming through the border, south, or even the north border. And they usually migrate towards, and I have an accent, if you didn't notice. If you do not understand what I'm saying, just a sign so I can slow down a little bit because I tend to speak very fast. This is my French speaking thing. So they come from the border and they tend to navigate towards Chittenden County. The fact that they come without any IDs, usually it's just a letter that the immigration gave them, to be legally present there, and no opportunity to work. They don't have a work permit yet. They don't have any specific US ID to show for, so it's very difficult for them to access any type of traditional standard social services, regardless of where they are in Vermont, or I do believe in the US. So that was boring, and then I know that you all know about those challenges, and I hope that I'm not going to take too much time on that. But when it comes to opportunities, okay, so imagine yourself coming through a border, not speaking the language, of course, and then not really knowing the system or even what is affordable, or no money or opportunity or access, knowledge about access to. Oh, and I forgot one of the biggest challenges, let me go back to that, is information. It's not only for asylum seekers. It's for all vulnerable populations here. We see people coming through our doors. They don't know anything about what they might be eligible for, what they can have access to. And unfortunately, direct service monies, meaning people supposedly being able to help and support, is still not taken as seriously as it should, because we always face capacity issues, always. And of course, with that brings a lot of other factors that makes the quality of service sometimes difficult. We just work with what we have, which is not necessarily what's supposed to be happening. So I'm not saying that our state is not, providing some effort in that direction, but I think that we could do more and we should do more. Housing opportunities, this is what I'm here for. Okay. Asylum seekers coming through without any work permit or any ID, but their passport, and sometimes they don't even have that, might be able to access emergency housing services. This is the same as most literally homeless population have access to. There is no immigration requirement for to access that service. So basically, it's to either call the Department of Emergency Services. Their number is 1-800-479-6151. So if we have anybody coming through and are coming fresh from the border or from the bus and don't have anywhere to go, just call that number to support them, or call 211. And this is after 4 p.m. Monday to Monday, and in the weekends as well. Okay, so it's a service that is available year long. And there is another avenue to actually access emergency housing services. It's true because that specific service is done through a coordinated entry process. I don't know if anybody is familiar with that process. It's support and help people not only find but obtain and stabilize housing. And we have 13 coordinated entry lead agencies in the state of Vermont. You could contact them. You can find them, just Google it, just do coordinated entry, lead agency. You'll be able to actually find the list of those agencies depending on where you are geographically in Vermont. And going through the process of assessments, of course, there is case management and housing support services provided through that. It is emergency housing through motels, and of course, it is information and referral. That brings me to the next available housing opportunity, which is shelters, which are shelters. We have, 14 shelters in Vermont. They're scattered around the state. And they also don't have any immigration requirements, but for some transitional housing services. I would always suggest that even if you think you know, because of all these policies and rule changing, it's not even remotely at the state level, it is everywhere. Even within organizations, sometimes we have changes happening that might be beneficial for your client. Just call or apply. This is all I'm saying. Regardless of what you think you know, you might not. So I was saying shelters and transitional housing. Those, like I said, for transitional housing, which is a way to temporarily be placed either in an apartment that is subsidized through an organization or through a program, are accessible to asylum seekers. One of the programs that I want to talk about is one that we currently run. Unfortunately, we do not accept applications anymore. Since the 30th of May is the family housing vouchers. It's a statewide program that CVO runs for families with children, literally homeless families with children. And we have enrolled about 500 now, asylum seekers families to that program. It's a great program. It provides rental assistance for about 24 months. Which is great. And in addition to that, we have housing support services that actually includes education with tenants' skills and also attention services. The other, and I know my colleagues are right here, and I know they're going to say, oh my God, you're publicizing, we don't have enough money. We have, we have an asylum seeker, we have asylum seekers organization in the state. You don't know, there are 7 of them, they are right here. And CVOA is part of that network. We, at CVOA, and I have actually the administrator of our statewide asylum seekers assistance program right here, Lindsay, that we started in December of last year, providing sub-grants to the organization of this network to provide that support, including housing and clothing and food and transportation and permanent support services. But it's not enough, of course. So connecting with or referring asylum seekers to those organizations is another way to provide that support if you don't know what to do. How can I say? Literally, if somebody comes and don't have any tie to the community, if there is no host family to house them, if there is nothing available for them, which is actually the case for many, many Vermonters at this time, they are in no other place but, literally homeless. We have seen a lot of young male, single male camping during the summer, during this last winter, coming from the border. CVO provides tents, and I do believe that community action agencies or some other organization also do provide this type of temporary shelter for people. But we have seen a lot of them. The good thing is information is key. Unless you do know where to go, and this is one of the issues that we have as a system of support for asylum seekers specifically, because as you know, language is a barrier, income is a barrier. The whole system, knowledge of the system is a barrier. So you come from, you start from scratch. It's not even scratch, you start from nothing. And there is no common point of entry when it comes to accessing those services. They're scattered all over. It's not, it's difficult enough when you are from Vermont and then you think you know the system and you think you know the services, and then coming here and knowing nothing and don't even have one point or pointer, because everybody's like, where do I go? And we start calling around, which takes time, and time that sometimes people don't have. Somewhat there is some type of organization when it comes to asylum seeker support services being done. It's not necessarily the most effective one because it's not inclusive. We still have the language barrier issue. It's very expensive. Most organizations don't have the money to hire or even to provide interpretation services. And unfortunately, it's not, sometimes when it comes to federal and grant funding, it's not like it is one of our budget items that is automatically checked. It is not. So even as a community action agency, we spend a lot of our existing staff that, one other thing, hire bilingual, trilingual, multilingual staff. Diversifying your labor force is one thing that you could do to actually support our diverse community. And as I see, even though we are in Vermont, I hope that would be shown in, those meetings that we come for. See more and more and more people getting involved would be great. Outreach is another point that I wanted to make. Advocacy is good, but it's most effective when it is done in a more comprehensive way. In our own little part of the world, we tend to actually make sure that this voice about unfairness and discrimination and lack of resources and all the dysfunctional system that we have when it comes to supporting the vulnerable is not something that we could continue to experience as Vermonters. We preach, we should act as. And advocacy is one piece that we, as a certain organization and groups have been really vocal about. And I have to say that the state of Vermont, the state of Refugees Office have been very good in going in front of the legislature and advocating for the right of refugees and immigrants. But asylum seekers are a totally different ballgame. And unfortunately, they are assimilated to, refugees and asylees. Even asylees are not the same. It's not the same experience as refugees. And that difference needs to be noted. It needs to be explained over and over. So the people in power that actually provide most of the state funding, actually for us at least, for community action agencies, might be aware of the difference in the need. We are glad to have received those $500,000 one-year funding, right? That is distributed towards the state through the Asylum Seekers Network Organization. You understand what I meant. But it's not enough. And unfortunately for us, we see people coming through our doors, and then the first thing that we have to provide as housing, as you know, is a determinant of health, and the first and one of the most important. We have nothing to offer, nothing whatsoever. Volunteers are working through that process. Why? Why not paid employees being very diligently providing that service? Why always focusing on, one of the most vulnerable population coming and seeking help, not being taken as importantly needing that professional and sustainable support. That's an issue, and that's why we have been advocating. But we need all of your voices. We need all of your voices. We have a state representative near you. My friend, don't hesitate. Make sure that they know the difference between an asylum-seeking person coming through and immigrants and refugees. They're not the same. The experience is not the same. The need is not the same. You have, senator, is your best friend. You have barbecues with them. Don't hesitate. Sharing a hot dog, just share that with them. We need funding. It is becoming very deeply needed to a level that is not even comprehensible. The Asylum Seekers Assistance Program through CVAO is not the program that Lindy is actually administering. It's a little program that started in 2015 and managed it. And I passed from serving about 10 people to 40 in less than 6 months. And we provide just a little stipend. I'm talking about $50 a month. But they are at our doors, waiting in our waiting room every single month for that $50. We provide emergency services. They come, they have no medication, no money for medication, because sometimes, yes, they don't know that, they might be able to be provided with that support somewhere else. So they come to us. We do provide that emergency service. But at this point, I can tell you, after 6 months of operating this service, I have to shut it down. I have to shut it down, $30,000 over. I have to shut it down because we don't have the funding to be able to sustain 40 people. $100 a month, every 2 months. And unfortunately, it's very sad, of course, but I hope that today, because I was here to talk about housing, not to talk about anything else, I'm sorry. People want to talk about some. But one thing that I wanted to make sure that you understand, when somebody comes, asylum seekers with no language, no income, no ID, first and foremost, if they are homeless, please call 211, call economic services. That's one thing. Go to your community action agency, the second thing, or connect with our asylum seekers organization programs.
Thank you, Sandrine. So much more to say about housing and I think the lack of resources that all of us are struggling with to meet the needs of these communities. We're going to move on to the topic of employment. Robert, can you share what are the ways that the Department of Labor programs can provide benefits and protections to immigrants, whether documented or not, and where do you see improvements might be called for?
Well, I appreciate that, Council Hardman. We serve all Vermonters. If you're working in Vermont, the Department of Labor is here to help you. Most of our programs, I say most, about half of them, don't have an immigration status component to them. Some of them do, but they don't really talk about the immigration status in the law. They talk about work authorization. And I'll come back to that. But specifically what we do, we determine unemployment insurance eligibility and distribute benefits. We investigate workplace safety standards, enforce workplace safety standards. We investigate and enforce workers' compensation coverage. We investigate and enforce wage and hour compliance. We administer workforce training and retraining programs. We monitor H-2A and H-2B visa programs and housing, but we monitor that for the United States Department of Labor. And we track and analyze a lot of data both for Vermont lawmakers and for the federal government. Now, the first three programs that simply have no immigration or work authorization status component are occupational safety and health. If it does not matter if you are here legally, it does not matter if you are documented. If you are working in a place that you feel is unsafe, you can call us. And it reminds me, we have about three pages on each table that is just kind of an overview of what the department does on one side. On the other side, you'll see a variety of ways that people can contact us. At the bottom, because obviously you can't link to these hot links we have, at the bottom, but they are good for Google searching. At the bottom, you'll see my email address on there. I'm happy to send anybody who wants it an electronic copy that you can further distribute. And on there is the workers' occupational safety and health contact information. The wage and hour enforcement, which I also supervise, does not have a immigration status or work authorization status component. If you feel you are not being paid properly under Vermont law or federal law for that matter, you can contact us and make a complaint. Now, we frequently, in certain situations, will refer to the federal DOL in just certain circumstances. Workers' compensation coverage also technically does not have a immigration status or work authorization status component to it. Now, obviously, there are practical problems when you start talking about if someone's undocumented, if they're not being paid, in a way that is documentable, then that poses practical problems for making complaints for workers' compensation. In all of these programs that I've just listed, one of the things that we hear a lot of is, well, what if my employer retaliates against me? And unfortunately, largely, the remedy for employer retaliation is a private remedy. It is you have the right to sue your employer for that. It is not necessarily a state remedy. In occupational safety and health, we do have a component of state remedy where we do investigate. We do affirmatively try to make sure people are protected from retaliation. Now, the programs that do have an immigration status component or a work authorization component, obviously unemployment insurance. But when we talk about work authorization, when we're looking at the state requirements for it, it is a very broad concept. It is what is used is there's several different definitions, but what is the broadest concept is under color of law. And what that means as a general proposition is that if you are documented at all, like you are, they are deferring action, the feds are deferring action on immigration, really any level of paperwork you have is sufficient in that regard to be eligible for unemployment insurance. You don't have to have much other than a single piece of paper. If the lowest barrier I can think of is a deferred action letter from federal immigration. But under the state law, that would be theoretically sufficient to be eligible for unemployment insurance. H-2A and H-2B visa monitoring, obviously that does have a work authorization component in the H-2A and H-2B programs. I assume most folks are familiar with that, H-2A being seasonal agricultural workers and H-2B being other temporary workers in the United States. Now, the Department of Labor has kind of, from my perspective, an interesting relationship with this program because we are kind of only the instrument of the federal government. They tell us you can go look at things, you can take complaints, and if you think there is anything to these complaints, tell us. But we don't have a separate enforcement authority under H-2A or H-2B to go out and do much affirmative. We can review the housing situation for H-2A and H-2B workers. But again, if we see a problem, we can only tell the federal government, hey, we think there's a problem. And then workforce training and retraining, again, kind of practically have work authorization components to them just by virtue of how these programs get funded. And I'm trying not to, most of my colleagues will tell you, when I'm talking about things, I will typically hop between program titles, like the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, the Social Security Act, Titles 3, Titles 9, whatever, the Occupational Safety and Health Act. All of these are federal acts that the state is kind of given authority through our state plans. But there are other components, like in wage and hour enforcement, that is fed and state. So you get into ideas like preemption and when can the state make law and when can the state not make law. And that's when it really gets complicated, but it's also a great opportunity. And, I've been asked kind of to talk about what needs to change and, what options we do have. And one of those things is that all these different interrelating regulations and statutes and federal statutes and state statutes, they all overlap in very interesting ways. And what we have at the department started to talk about is how do we understand these and their overlap so that we can fill in what would otherwise be gaps in protection and enforcement, right? Just to kind of give you an example, we talk a lot about, Kristen Ringo back there, our equal opportunity manager, we talk a lot about, well, under WIOA, we have these requirements from the federal government for access and equal opportunity and lack of discrimination. And there are those states, there are those advocacy organizations that read that very, very broadly. And sometimes the federal government reads it very broadly, sometimes they read it more narrowly, but thinking through those types of regulatory requirements can potentially fill gaps to protect workers in a more streamlined way. And I appreciate Sandrine talking about system knowledge being a barrier. It's absolutely correct. And when we talk about things that need to change, like one of the reasons I am here, one of the reasons my colleagues are here, is because one of the things that they have seen that really does need to change is the Vermont Department of Labor getting out there into the community, being more public facing, and engaging with people so we can lower some of these barriers to access. Because I'm here to tell you, I'm not going to be able to change any federal regulation substantially, probably in my lifetime, certainly not in the next 2 years. But what I can do, what my colleagues can do, is engage with people individually to try to help them gain access and to think about these programs in a way that is more customer focused. And when I mean customer, I mean anyone who's here working. And I do need to point out that the department, as a policy, we do not refer undocumented workers to the federal government. That is, like, we remind new hires of that. That is not something we do. That is not our job. That is not our remit. That is not our interest. We are interested in making sure that people are safe, that people are being paid properly, and that people are comfortable in their work. And so that's kind of the 10,000-foot view. Obviously, I can talk and talk and talk about this because I really enjoy the law and I'm a big government geek. But, you know, and we are working more and more to build relationships, to engage with different parts of the community. I think Marita and I are going to have a meeting, or actually our programs are going to have a meeting here coming up sooner rather than later. And it's a really exciting time from our perspective because we really now have you know, the supervision and the interest in our department to really get out there and really start engaging with, you know, immigrants and non-immigrants alike to make sure that we have a unified process and a system that is accessible. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Marita, we're going to close with your thoughts and reflections on what's been said today. And just please share with us in your work with migrant justice, what are the challenges you're seeing folks have with accessing all of these types of services, other public programs, and really what help is needed that people in this room might be able to offer?
Yeah, thank you for inviting us here. And yeah, it's amazing to hear every story because it's the same story that we hear every day, every time elections come. Something maybe encourage people to participate more, sometimes not. And I think, I have a list of challenges starting from language access, but also, like Allison is here, that program that started with COVID and creating videos in different languages. And now that is creating another kind of videos for informing people, right? So there are formal things, informal ways to do things, but there are also informal things to do things. And I think I'm not gonna repeat all the challenges that people have said, but all the forms, all the pathways to get things done are terrible. And we call it a broken system. I don't believe it's broken. I believe it's done like that to keep people in the dark and exploiting people. So instead of trying to fight the system, let's build a new thing. And how can we work in this system, right? When there are these forms, give your time. Learn how to help others to fill these forms. Get trained. There are trainings for asylum seekers, or for people that want to support asylum seekers to get in the intakes, to get them fill all the forms. There are a lot of need, and I agree, shouldn't be volunteer, should be paid. But until that happens, people with the privilege to give their time, and really give your time, not only coming to a conference, but give your extra time filling out this paperwork, I think is really important. With the housing crisis, is also to understand, people might be able to afford renting, but they cannot rent because they don't have a social security number. We put in the legislation, some kind of law and bill, and try to pass that. It didn't pass because it's not seen as a priority. Yes, a lot of people come with different situations, even being victims of human trafficking. How to prove that? It's so lengthy, it's so re-traumatizing people. And until somebody gets some safe space, what do we do, right? How many empty houses in Vermont, or how many people living alone in a big house wanted to help? So I think we can create these informal systems that are gonna support the communities if you're really into this. Yes, the Department of Labor has a lot of things, but people don't know how to access to those, right? So a big work with migrant justice has been collaborating with every of these agencies and every of the institutions to make them accessible, not only by helping pass a law, but you can pass a law and then you need to implement. The IHIP was able because migrant workers wanted to organize and brought their stories to the State House. It's not just something that comes up and appears because people are good. You know, we have to bring the stories. We have to organize. We have not only organize with these communities that are vulnerable, but you yourselves, you have to organize. You have more time to organize and do these things to improve these things in a way of integrating these communities. It's not you and the others. It's all here in Vermont that we need to be together. We get cases of people as victims of violence, right? And they have to go through the U visa. Unfortunately, there is no agencies that are going to come to the workplace and talk about violence. It has to be through a lengthy process that the only remedy is some money. Yes, you can get some money because you were, I don't know, suffer from physical violence in your workplace, but that doesn't change the situation, really. Money is just temporary. It doesn't fix your situation. In migrant justice, we have received in the last year, I don't know, Rachel, how many new asylum cases?
We have around 60 asylum cases covering around 100 people for families and children.
Yeah.
For context, we would do like 5 a year before.
Yeah, we used to be 5 a year. Now we have these big numbers, 10 times more numbers. And then, yeah, we do the intake, and then what's next, right? We hear all the challenges about getting a work visa, or work permit, and housing, and we had people sleep in our office sometimes, but it's not the best. Maybe they can stay for 1-2 nights, but we cannot have people sleeping there all the time. I think it's important to understand that also, you know, when people don't have IDs, yeah, we were able to get IDs regardless of your immigration status, not only driver licenses, but IDs. That requires people that are going to help the others fill out the forms, get the proper documentation, they get everything, and don't put all that on the organizations, on the volunteers. Like, do the job, get informed how you're going to support these communities. People can get ideas. I think education, more families are coming, more families are being stable, more kids are in schools. Are the schools ready? I don't think so. We just passed a bill about having people, regardless of your immigration status, you know, being eligible as in-state students for financial aid, and how do people are going to apply to college? You know, even my kids have to learn through high school how to do that if they want to go to college. Now we have a new population that want to, you know, have access to this, and we celebrate, but we need to put the work on this. We need to put people into helping these students to fill out the forms. And it's not only for high school students, right? Maybe there is someone that is 25, 30 years old that came with the dream to go to college, and now it's possible. Okay, who's going to help this person? So we need more people to do that, supporting people. Family law is another issue that we find as a struggle. There are problems in families, custody, fights. We just had, you know, an amazing migrant member that has lived here from years, has a kid that was born here in Vermont, is fighting custody without legal support. This person is losing their job, their housing, the kid wants to live with this person. How are we going to support? How are we going to support this? How are we going to allow somebody that's been supporting the economy of the state for years not to have safety or peace of mind, to have a place to live with their kid because he's fighting custody, fleeing violence? Because proving being a victim of violence for the people that work on this is so difficult. It's your word against the other person's word. And even if you have proof, it takes so long for people to get their testimony out there and repeat it again and again, you know, what happened and what are you going to be eligible for. So I think I want to say also, there are things that we need to understand. There is a lot of words around eligibility, capacity, integration. We need to work towards getting those barriers down about eligibility. If you live in Vermont, if you are here, You should be eligible, period. Why are we putting so many barriers? If you came to this country, you're eligible, period. Yes, we need a lot of things to move forward with laws and all that, but I think, again, going back to the beginning of informal systems, with the health system, we hear, Naomi, and all the problems with capacity and access and the forms and all this, and then there is someone that gets a free clinic open. They need more funding, they need more volunteers. It's just the time of doctors to come into place and say, like, okay, I'm gonna give my time. This only addresses a few, an area in Vermont, in Addison County, the Open Door Clinic. It's an amazing clinic that's being run by volunteers once a week. We hope that that could replicate in other places. And not to say that, that should be perfect. That's just the minimum, because people that work there are overworked, are so stressed out. So we need more of that. Why, having the state passing laws, having the funding, still doesn't work. Still, we need to come here and tell our stories and the sad stories, and we still have to find the scraps that the government is giving us. So I think it's time, if you are hearing this symposium, I think it's because you care, or at least you want to learn. And we know that the elections are coming. I think we all know who's going to win. Years ago, when Trump was elected, we had a big amount of attorneys coming and saying, what can I do? What can I do? We created a list and things, but we need the time of attorneys to sit down and really learn what do they need to do to work with the community, not what you want to do. It's what you can do, really. And I think, next election time is going to be critical, too, if we want to address these issues that are already happening. Even with, Biden new thing about closing the borders, they are not closed. There are more control. They are more violent. People are going to still come in. And not only from the south border. It's true, northern border. We have people coming from Canada here to Vermont. We have calls of people being there lost in the dark in the winter. So we have to start being real and put our hands, minds, bodies to work, because we know that there are initiatives that something that Trump administration had taught us, and also COVID, is that as a community, we can come together with these initiatives. We can start with a project, and if we need funding, let's find the funding. Let's move all together. Let's not just leave, okay, the migrants are gonna organize. So, okay, let them organize. Yeah, we organize, but come support. Come give your voice. Come help interpret. Come open the door if you are the gatekeeper of that door. It's really important to understand that all these challenges can be passed little by little with the support of all of us when we see all of us as a community. We had created our own kind of Department of Labor for dairy farms, because even though the Department of Labor is there, the capacity is not enough. Again, capacity, funding, laws that are going to support undocumented workers or all year-round workers. And still, when we implement something, we need to keep educating people in these programs. We need to keep enforcing this mechanism. We need to keep funding these things. So this is a whole thing. It cannot be just only one thing. Okay, we have laws. They need to be applied, and they need to be really educated people how to, put it in compliance with those laws. And if not, what funding is needed, how we're going to enforce these things, because we know the laws can be interpreted as whatever. And yes, when talking again about housing crisis, what do we hear? Shelters are good when people are fleeing violence, but there are no people that speak your language or understand your culture. Yes, we might find support for someone that needs medication, but they don't understand that it's the same medicine that you might get from your country with a different name. So they rather have their medicine sent from their country, which is more costly, and maybe it's expired. You don't know. So yeah, we have to put our, again, minds, hearts, hands to work on these things, because barriers are there, and we can keep talking about how many barriers, but there are opportunities. So we organize as migrant workers, you organize as people that are here caring and at least being here present, to work together and collaborate. It's really tiring and exhausting to keep going to every agency and keep telling the story again and again why this is needed. So yeah, we have new people in Vermont. We need to get ready because we were already late. So I think that's my input. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to add something very important. And thank you for actually noting the importance of cultural awareness. You think that you're helping, but you might be actually do more harm than anything. Please know who you are speaking with and try to understand in what context actually you are navigating towards or around. It is very, very important to be aware that asylum seekers usually are trauma-packed. So be very careful. Do the due diligence to get some, I don't like training, because training is just an educational tool. You should do it yourself. It's not Vermont as you know it. It will never come back to Vermont as you knew it. It's over. Self-educate. Very important. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that really dovetails really well into the next session that's starting momentarily and the rest of the conversations that are going to be happening today. So we won't have a chance for questions now, but I just, again, want to thank everyone for all of your work in our community and with our community, and for everything that you're sharing today. Thank you, all the panelists.
Thank you.
Well, Juana is running the show on that, so the last emails I saw, I think they might have. Yeah, we're looking forward to it.
I know, I'm Jen was looking at me already. Then I was like, I have to say something.
Because you want to be able to, I think the challenge is if you always want to be able to offer something.
Well, training and what's specific.
35. Tracy, without further ado.
Are these on?
They're on.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon, good morning, good late morning. My name is Tracy Dolan, and I'll be moderating this session today. This session is called Voices from Impacted Communities. In terms of the agenda, just to let you know, we do want to give you time to ask us questions. So we're going to be talking up here for about 30 minutes, and then we're going to open up for 15 minutes, and we hope to get some real engagement from you to ask some questions. I'd like to briefly introduce our panel, and then we're going to go through about 5 questions and really hear from folks around what their experiences have been. So here to my left, I'd like to introduce Marita Canedo. I know that you met her earlier, born in Bolivia since 2012, has been part of the Migrant Justice, a grassroots organization led by immigrant dairy farm workers in Vermont. And to her left, Marnie Avila Alvarez, a Cuban lawyer who works with the Vermont Asylum Assistance Project and also serves as adjunct faculty at Vermont Law and Graduate School's Institute for Energy and the Environment. Introducing Drukshan Farhad. She is a program officer with the Vermont Afghan Alliance. She holds a BA from Norwich University and speaks 6 languages. And finally, at the end of the table, Trudy Namubiru. She came to Vermont in 2018. She has more than 14 years of experience in finance departments of nonprofits, and she now works with the Regional Planning Commission. And again, I am Tracy Dolan, and I am the director of the State Refugee Office. We thought we would just start off giving you a sense of the different pathways that people use to get to Vermont. And I wanted to invite the panel, anyone who would like to share, just in a couple of sentences, if you could describe how you came to Vermont or how your constituents have come to Vermont. So I'll just open that up and see if we want to get a few people going just to share a sense of your pathway. Trudy, would you like to start?
Oh, my name is Trudy, but my official name is Gertrude. Can everybody hear me properly?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm clear, my accent is not the American accent. But I came to Vermont in 2019. I came with my daughter, but then she was about 3 years, and it was really challenging for me. But I managed to get here and try to look for help, which was not available. There were so many challenges that I went through that we'll go through maybe later. But right now, I managed to get my asylum in 2022, October. And my daughter at the moment is flourishing.
Thank you so much. Anyone else like to share their pathway?
So my name is Marita. I'm not going to share my own pathway. I also am an immigrant from Bolivia. I had the privilege to come with a visa, but then stay and change my status. But the people I'm going to raise their voices is the undocumented immigrants, like I said before, from South Mexico and Guatemala. They basically cross the border walking. Days and sometimes weeks, putting their lives in danger. With the search of a better present, we can say future, but actually a better present, because what they are facing back home. And now we also see people crossing through the northern border, right, from Canada coming to Vermont and other states. And just to add to that, the pathway, it's very difficult because you are promised with the American dream, and then you find yourself being targeted and criminalized. While not understanding that this migration is a forced migration because opportunities back home are not there thanks to the economy of this country exploding other countries.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Marnie Avila Alvarez. Can you all hear me? Yes. Okay.
Maybe put it a little closer.
Louder?
Yeah.
Is that better? I don't have a lot of experience with microphones yet, but thank you. So I'm from Cuba, and when I say this, a lot of people instantly think, oh, Cuba, like there's a lot of Cubans in the US. Just probably here like for years. Well, that's not my case. I've been here for less than 3 years. This August is going to be my 3rd year here in Vermont. I came here straight from La Habana, to do my LLM. It was one of my greatest professional dreams, and I thought I was never going to make it. But then I met someone amazing from Vermont Law School, and I got the great opportunity of coming here. I just want to share that me and my husband were blessed and very, very fortunate to get a student visa. That's not the original or traditional path for Cubans to get to the US. So I understand that, and I respect everyone who has a different path. That being said, it was extremely stressful going through that process because we didn't have, so our embassy in Havana is closed currently, and it was closed at that time. So it's energy draining, financially draining, so you really have to be invested, and this is what I want to do with my life. I just want to go and study. Then we got here, and I don't want to make this story really long, so we realized we had great opportunities, and we decided once we were here, oh, maybe this will work, and it has. And maybe later on the panel I can share a little more of how the process works for Cubans, because I know we don't have many Cubans among our Latin population in Vermont, but from time to time, you have one Cuban saying, oh, I have a different path, and no one is very much familiar with that process. After a year, because we have a Cuban Adjustment Act, we were able to file for residency. So I'm just gonna leave it there, but if you have any questions.
Thank you. And I can go. So I represent the office, the State Refugee Office. So the people that I work with are coming in through a variety of pathways. They're coming in with refugee status. They're coming in some cases, in a lot of cases more recently, with humanitarian parole status. And some coming in with as asylees, already having asylum or special immigrant visas. So there's a variety of ways people come in. And depending on how you come in, it can be more difficult or less difficult. Coming in as a humanitarian parolee, is a less solid status, and it required a lot of people to have to apply for asylum status. So there's a variety of ways that people come in, and we have a variety of programs happening right now that are new. Ukrainians are coming in with humanitarian parole status. We have Cubans, Haitians, Nicaraguans, and Venezuelans coming in with another status that allows them to have some work opportunity temporarily. So a variety of ways. I came in, I'm Canadian, I came in with an H-1B, and it was relatively straightforward for me, so I did not have some of the challenges that you're going to hear about today. So I think, unless anyone else wants to speak to that, I can move to the next question. Oh yeah, we'll move to the next question. Great. So the first question, we have 4. The first one is, what are some good things about Vermont that attract immigrants to settle here or to stay here, either in your experience or in the experience of your constituents or family and friends? So what are some of the good things that draw people here and keep people here in your experiences?
I think I can go.
Okay.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for having me. So a couple of different things. In my case, it was a student visa, a full scholarship, which brought me to Vermont, and so education in my case. But from the work that I have done with the Afghan population here in Vermont, it can be multiple things, and it can, if I phrase it, I would say a friend. And that friend can mean a person, like a host family, who is willing to do some of the very basic and fundamental work for you in terms of language access, especially. So I could definitely say CVRAN, for instance, like for someone to be attracted to Vermont, and I know folks are here from CVRAN. So it would be an organization that they know if they don't understand the language, if they don't know how to fill out a form, there is that office space that they can knock on and go and bring their problems to. That might be attractive to them. Sometimes it can be a friend who they got separated from in an airplane, like airport during the evacuation, and they realize that that friend is well established in Vermont, and there are situations that is making life much more easier for them. So they might be like, yeah, I think I want to join you with my family. Can you, like, sometimes they might not even consider talking or conversing with their host family, and they might just show up. So those are some of the examples that I can think of.
Great. So continuing with the questions, some of the good things that attract folks here and make people want to stay here. You want to try, Trudy?
Okay, I know I gave very briefly my pathway here, but it's included in this question. I ended up in Vermont accidentally, but then I intentionally stayed. So when I applied, like most of the panelists that came before were actually speaking for my life, because that was my life experience. So when I came here to Vermont, I was actually going through Vermont to go to Canada because I had applied for asylum within the first 3 months when I'd come into the US, and I came with a visa. So I was denied asylum by the immigration officer, and because I didn't have information about the law and anything, and I didn't have a lawyer, she told me to leave the US immediately. She didn't give me a chance to go in front of a judge or an option, and I didn't know what my rights were. So my next step was like, let me go to Canada. Maybe they will grant me asylum. And when I went through Vermont to go to Canada, and I was denied entrance in Canada and returned back to the border of Vermont. And that's where my story started. So I didn't have anywhere to go. I had a child. I didn't know what else to do. So fortunately, the border patrol officer was kind enough and was like, advised me, was like, no, the immigration officer wasn't supposed to do that. They were supposed to refer your case to the judge. And that's how I got to know, and then that's how my whole life started. But when I got here, it's the people, it's the community, I think it's the people. That's all I can say. The people are so kind. The people that were so good to me, they helped me because I was so down. The only place I had was to move up because I had nowhere else to go, what else to do. So the community came around because by that time, we couldn't get any government funding, anything. And when the people were nice to me, I had to stay because it was the only place I was like living in a bubble and I couldn't get out of it. And up to now, I don't know if I can live anywhere else but Vermont. So what attracted me here are the people. And that's why I'm staying here. And that's where I want my child to live because this is like an utopia for me right now. Yeah.
Thank you, Trudy.
Can I go?
Yes, yep.
Yeah, I agree with that. This is an amazing place to raise kids, and I agree that I stay for the same reason too. But with the people that I work with, basically is you're gonna get all year round job with housing included. So working in a dairy farm is gonna give you all that. Not talking about the wages, not talking about that. So that's why we see people from the same communities coming together. So. Sibling, cousins, friends. And that's what the main attraction to come to Vermont was, having a stable job for all year round with housing included. Now, with the years passing and with the creation of migrant justice, I'm very proud to say that because we had created a better environment in a way that, police cannot collaborate with immigration enforcement, you can get a driver license. Now, this thing about being able to go to college as in-state student or other things have been creating this change of the demographics. And these young men now are bringing their partners or family members, kids. And a good change, I will say, is that before kids will come and continue the cycle of the parents working in the farm and not getting a better life and being exploited. Now there is some change, still needs more, that these kids can go to school and also can address other, status, like seek other ways to be here. So because there are people organizing, I will say, is why people from our members decide to come to Vermont.
Great. Anybody else want to offer up some of the good things that make people stay or come?
Yes, sure. I can add. to that, going back to the people, which is, if I can sum in one sentence what actually made us stay here as a family, it was just the incredible people of Vermont. Because they care. So when anybody of us came here the first time, we ask ourselves, what am I going to do? What's the path that I need to follow? I have no idea. Like, no one has any idea. And sometimes we go to other people who are also lost in the path, but they care. So you find someone who will help you get an apartment or help you with an incredible thing like a ride to the mall. So those things showing that you care. I mean, you're all here because you care. Because you see us coming here as immigrants and and the only thing you see is a person. Like, it doesn't really matter if you came here for education or to find a better situation for your family. It doesn't really matter the reason. We're just here and you care. And you don't see that everywhere. You want to be in a safe place. You want to be part of a community. And for us, at least, that's what Vermont is. So we chose to stay.
Thank you. And we can move to the next one, or would you like to also speak? Okay, good. All right, let's go to the next one, which is, what are some of the challenging things that make people consider leaving? I'll just briefly say, from the refugee perspective, from the constituency that I connect with, one of the push factors for refugees leaving tends to be when there are more of their community in another state or family in another state. So some people come here and feel lonely because they don't have enough of a community, and so that is one of the push factors in the refugee world. But anyone else like to speak to the challenges of people in terms of staying here and why they might choose to leave? Yes.
Okay, so you want to go?
Yes, please.
My journey wasn't simple. I'll speak with experience because I've gone through it all. There are so many challenges that asylum seekers go through. The first is, most people think asylum seekers are the same as refugees, which is so different. Because personally, before I met Kaysan is one of the group that helped me so much. Before I met them, you would meet someone, and maybe they want to help, but then they would direct you to maybe a refugee agency, and when you reach there, because you don't have a social security number, they can't give you the services. You can't get any services from there. So that proved to be a very huge challenge. And then there's no safe space for asylum seekers. Like, you depend on individuals or the community, and sometimes you meet really, I'm sorry to say, but horrible people who will exploit you, abuse you, and because you don't know what your rights are, you're even scared to go to the police in case of anything. There's no safe space. There's nowhere to report to. So all you have to rely on is other people who are trying to help you or who are in your space right now. And some people take advantage of that, and there is nothing you can do about that unless maybe there is some, people trying to teach people or put up some safe space for asylum seekers. So, and then the other thing is, now like me, when I came here with my experience, my passport was taken from me by immigration, so I had no identification. My child had no identification. So if anything happened to me, because at one time I felt sick and I was in the hospital, and if I had, God forbid, had died, no one could have identified, because I didn't have any family here. And when I tried to go to DMV to get maybe a non-driver's ID or something to identify me with, they wanted 2 identifications that I don't have, because I didn't have a passport. I didn't have any organization I would go to maybe try to identify me, or a place which is maybe associated with asylum seekers that can try to advocate for you to get an identification. It was horrible. And everything here in the US, you require an identification for everything, and I didn't have any of that, and I didn't have a work authorization by then. So it was so challenging to get services. And then we were not supposed to get any service from any agency that was funded by the federal government. So you can't work, you have no identification, you can't get services, and it felt like you were in a prison, you can't get out of the country, and you can't work, and you can't get services, and you're like in a cube where you can't turn around. So it becomes so hard for asylum seekers. And then the housing, definitely, because at one time I came here, and when I came to Burlington, I was told to go to a certain shelter that I won't name, that they would help me, and they turned me away and told me that because I didn't have a social security number, they couldn't help me, which I could understand because they said they could only hold people for about 3 months, and then after 3 months they should be in housing, and they said they can't help me. So that's why I kept on saying that it's the community. So if it wasn't the community that came up to help me, to house me, I would be homeless with a child on the street. You know?
Thank you.
So that.
Thank you, Trudy. Drukshan, did you want to answer this one?
Yes. So this is probably a little bit philosophical, but this is kind of something that I have thought about like in the past as well. And it's the challenge is not just for the community that we serve, but also like the Vermonters who are trying to help them. It's finding a sense of reality or grounding, because I think we're equally screwed by the American dream concept for the refugees, asylees, and like all the populations that we serve. For them, it's almost like the sense of arriving in America, and it's almost like their problems, their traumas, and anything they have had behind them, all of those evaporating and them emerging into this like utopia where everything they say it should, and it just exists for them. So for them, it takes a period of time to actually get reality check and to be able to get hit by all the by all the elements of life and elements of reality. So for them, it's already hard enough. The other part is like, so sometimes it might be so hard that they might think that moving to another state might be the solution. But for the communities or for the individuals that are helping them, it's also another reality check, because they might not have had to go through these systems because they have a citizenship, and like it's irrelevant in their life. So for them, it's also another experience of how could we as Americans bring these people and not serve them, not take care of them. So to be honest, it's very cute every time to look at those individuals, to see their disappointment. But at the same time, I'm like, yeah, it's America. So what? Like really, yes, it's the American dream. So I think part of that realization, I came to it because I went to Norwich University, and like one thing that I love about Norwich is that from the first day, no matter what level you're at, they just shove you into leadership roles. And then it's like, deal with it. So you deal with varieties of leadership. And then in my mind, where I thought, well, this is America, the students, every single person is a scientist, and they might be smart in every single thing. And then you see your perspectives, your sense of reality is crashing one after another. And at some point, you're like, yeah, human beings, America, Afghanistan, no matter which part you are in, like we're human beings with all sorts of messy emotions and like characteristics, which it's like, so now when the reality hits both the parties of like the host families and the individuals who have come, now there we need two groups of peoples. One, the assistants who come in, who do the primary work, who fill out the paperwork. But then when all of that is done, you have to have individuals with lots of patience, where you sit down and then you go through training process, training the individuals to build the capacity to be able to function in the first world called America, where they have to navigate through these very complicated system and continue to build on their patience. Not think that they have arrived here, so now it's like everything is all set. It's like now you have to start understanding a system that is probably very complicated for you, but have the patience, and eventually you will get it. So it's like for both parties. And I think sometimes the aspect of Vermonters kind of gets forgotten, but I think that all of these communities together in this picture, and they definitely, if they might not share the complexities of the legal system, they definitely share the emotions, which I would like to highlight that.
Thank you. No, thank you very much. Let's
Can I
have,
just like add one more
yes,
thing?
yeah,
So
let's
I
have one
think-
more response on the challenge and add that. Yes, go ahead.
Definitely. So I think the main thing for living in Vermont is racism. I want to say, the isolation that people feel here, and it doesn't matter if you're an undocumented refugee, asylum seeker, PhD student, or even a professor. Because you're an immigrant, you're going to be facing racism in your face, in every system. It doesn't matter your quality, if you have an accent or you look different. You're going to be facing these people that don't like you because you look different or because you speak different. And I had so many experiences about this, and I can tell you many stories about this, but it's true. It doesn't matter what is your immigration status or how you came here. The isolation that is not only physical but also emotional creates this way of I want to live, and even if you don't know where you're going to go or if you can go, it's based on this deep racism of 7 Vermonter generation, white, big family, happy. No. Yeah, I just want to add that.
Yeah, thank you. Great. Our last kind of question has 2 parts, and so you can think about this. You have a lot of people who provide services here, and let's call them helping professionals. What qualities have you found that make somebody a good helping professional, sorry, in terms of working with you or your constituents? And what would you recommend that helping professionals change or improve in terms of the ways they work with you or your constituents? So what's working with the helping professionals? What qualities make them good at what they do? And what changes or recommendations would you put in? And we can start if you wanted.
Thank you. Yeah, I can jump in that. I was just quickly going to add language and weather as one of the big challenges that we face.
Language and weather. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
But just jumping on the new question, I would think as a helping professional, well, my story led me here. I find myself doing all this paperwork, immigration paperwork for me and my family, and suddenly hit me, and I said, I can help people. I can understand the system because I went to law school back in my country, so maybe I have this legal mindset that it's favorable to me so I can understand how it works. Not everyone has that because we all have different backgrounds. So you're not qualified to know the system. If you don't, you need to get help. So caring, and I'll go back to that, because when you are facing when you're lost and you're facing someone who is going to guide you through any process, you want to feel that the person sees you, that you have challenges, and the person understands, even if it's just a little bit, that you are having maybe not a good time right now. That with those paperworks comes a life. Like after every paper, every asylum form, every form of whatever kind, there is a life, there is a person, there is a family that's going to get impacted by the work that you're doing at that very moment. Yesterday, we had the incredible opportunity of helping 15 families in our first self-help clinic in BAP. We work closely with Center for Justice Reform, and we had a lot of volunteers, and I want to thank you. Because each and every one of the people that you helped yesterday, you made a huge impact and you changed their life. So that's one of the reasons why I feel like being present and understanding that you're actually changing someone's life, you have to, if you want to be like a good provider, just a way to speak, I would think that that has to be there. And then challenges, there's a lot of challenges. Working in VAP, the main challenge that we get is come volunteer. We need you. There's no enough mentors, so I'm just gonna let it there. But just if you want to volunteer, there's a lot of organizations here that could use your help. If you want to be involved, just volunteer because we need you.
Thank you. So again, the question, that's great. The qualities that make a helping professional good at what they do, and any recommended changes or improvements. Anyone else like to try that question?
All right, I'll go next. You're seeing me smiling, but I wasn't smiling 5 years ago. Now I take every opportunity I have to smile because I'm with people. Until today, I didn't know that there were other people or the community that was trying to help asylum seekers. I came to this panel because I needed to speak my experience. And with my experience, I have KSAN and Vermont Law School that helped me. The Vermont Law School specifically was supposed to give me the legal help. But these people came through and became a one-stop shopping center for me. They helped me try to get accommodation. They helped me, that was under the leadership of Erin Jacobson. They brought me to Burlington, tried to help me out to get all these services. And then KSAN came through and they tried to get housing, medication, everything for me. And with that, I can't change anything. Those were the qualities that I know that they were doing well and I wouldn't change anything. And they had my back, and they had the moral support. Actually, they are my family. I won't say they are still my family because I'm still in touch with them and they're still helping me up to now to settle in and have everything. But the recommendation I have is the sensitizing of the community, because the community, most people don't know what's happening out there. They don't know that they can receive this help. If I'd known that there were all these people, maybe I wouldn't have gone through what I went through to get where I was before I got help. I didn't know that all these people in here are here to help people like me. So if there's very little sensitizing of services for asylum seekers, and people suffer a lot because they don't know what to do, they don't know where to go. So if maybe, training, sensitizing people, letting people know, letting the community know, because the community are the first people that, deal with most asylum seekers, because we get all this information in the community. It's so hard to get this information on maybe government agencies or what, because most asylum seekers sometimes are hiding from ICE, sometimes have all these immigration issues that they can't be out there, but the community that deals with them, they know who to talk to. Now that I know, if I meet somebody that needs help, I know where to point them, which direction to go to. And then also the other recommendation is to put a safe place for asylum seekers, just in case something happens, because some of them are, we have no office. You can't there's nowhere to go. You can't go to the refugee center and just because I've done that and I didn't get help. So like if there is something specific for asylum seekers, a place where they can go, it would really, really, really help a lot. Because I'm sure, at least for me, I can speak English, but I know people who can't speak English and they have nowhere to go. They have no one to talk to. They don't know even where to start from. Yeah, so that is the recommendation I have. But otherwise, before that, I wouldn't change anything for the people that have helped me.
Thank you, Trudy. A couple of more people on the things that work and the recommendations for the helping professionals. Go ahead, Marita.
So first thing, I think, to understand that you're not better than the other person that needs the support. You just have a better tool, and this tool should be used to educate and help and empower the person that needs the support. Because what amazing work when we see people that come from these situations and then they become the leaders for their community. Being open-minded, we have, every agency, every service provider have their own policies, but be open-minded and have flexibility to change these things. We have seen this happening. If there is a grant writing and then we can get all the SV, DV agencies coming together and talk about how we're going to hire staff that speaks other languages. Great. Of how we're going to have a confidentiality agreement about talking between each other when there is need to, culture understanding or language understanding. So I think that's really important. Find the loopholes on these laws and policies that your agency or your group can also address. And if there is a housing crisis, but you know that there is a way to bring housing to people, like I just admire like how Kazan has been working a lot. And also like VAP, an initiative that, you know, okay, we need a special organization to do asylum seeking process, legal, blah, blah. Let's create these things. And just, you know, have empathy. Have empathy, I think, connects with the main point, the first point I said, because you can use your own discretion about how you're going to click that button on that computer or how you're going to put some situation that's really going to support this person, again, empowering them to be able to move forward and not just keep receiving help from you as a charity, but in solidarity.
Great. Anyone else want to add to this final point, and then we'll go to questions?
Yep, I would like to add to that. So I'm speaking purely from the perspective of someone who sits behind a table and sometimes walking with someone to do work for them, and immediately, like, I directly provide services. And what I have learned in the short period of time I have worked is keep your egos in check. It's a in this line of work, when you're dealing with human beings, you face a lot of rejection. And by rejection, I mean very different forms of rejection where people are not willing to work with you. Sometimes it's like they don't know you, so it's hard for them to trust you. So actually, check how big your ego is, and if it's too big, maybe this is not the kind of work you should be doing, because it's just, over time, it actually starts poisoning you from inside. So it's good if you don't have if you have a big ego, but you also are willing to take the challenge, then that will come in form of working with people that you actually don't like. You really don't want to sit in the same room as them, and you don't want to even look at their face. But you have to sit down and you have to talk to them and tell them why you don't like them or why they don't like you. And you have to have some very hard conversations. And I think having that mentality that at the end of the day, it's not even about you. It's about a cause that is much bigger than you. And if you are not taking that extra inch to reach the people that usually you don't have to reach, or to make the connection that usually you don't have to make, it might mean that life might be harder for some other people. So it's just checking your ego, knowing what level you're at, and if you can take the challenge, I would say go forward for it. This is, I think, the place where you can actually learn how to be humble, because you face a lot of failure and rejection, but it's also rewarding.
Thank you so much. We're going to open up for a few questions from the audience. Let us know if you have a question, and if I hear it, then I can repeat it on the mic for everyone. Any questions about the pathways, the challenges, what's working, what's not working, your experience, and what you'd like to hear back? Okay, everyone's in listening mode. That's very good. That's good. And I wanted, yes, let's go to you. Yes, thank you.
So I have a small comment, given time for questions to come. Maybe one of the things that I would add would be always keep learning. Because I've been in this little, not so little world of immigration, of U.S. immigration, for a small amount of time. But I have understand that things are moving all the time, and they're changing, and we have changes in our government, and things change, things happen. And you'll find yourself sometimes wondering, how do I solve this? And this came to my attention only because someone reached out and said, I don't know how to do this Cuban, Haiti, Venezuelan, Nicaraguan humanitarian parole thing. And that's okay, because it's too new, and probably because we don't have a ton of those exact populations here. Something else is going to pop up soon, who knows? So you have to just keep learning everything all the time. It also keeps us very humble, so I like that.
All right, well, I would like to thank the panelists. Thank you, Gertrude, Drukshan, Marnie, and Marita. And, oh, well, no, we have a question. Oh, great, exciting.
Do you have any recommendations on how to engage the community and to bring, because I live in an area where it's very small populations, but it's growing, of my asylum seekers. Hi, my name is Laura Butterfield. I work in the Harwood Unified Union School District in central Vermont, and we're seeing an increase of asylum seekers in our area. And I would love to get my community more involved. Do you have recommendations on how to bring these new populations to your community in a very positive light so that they want to get involved?
Okay. So I'm going to jump in again. Your question reminded me of something. I recently moved to Burlington, and I discovered a Facebook group that made me smile. It's called Latinos in Burlington. I had no idea because I was very focused here in the school, reading, whatever. But now I realize the culture factor plays such a huge role. I also used to feel like, well, I'm lucky that I'm here with my husband, we are from the same country and we have the same culture, so that compensates a lot of things. Not everybody has that opportunity. And in that group, people are just asking, is there a place where I can go dancing? Is there a place where they're just advertising local, like typical food, like things that you will miss because you're in a different place, but it's a community that's growing, and maybe that's something that could help. Just get closer to that culture or just have a space for that culture to grow. As part of the Latin community in Vermont and in Burlington, I was happy to see, there's a group that I can be part of, and now I know things that I didn't know.
I would like to add something. So each, I can't say if every town has some kind of organization that is working with different populations, but most of the times I think there are some organizations that are helping or volunteering with them. So I think going through the organization is a good pathway, because the question of one, approaching the group and then also understanding what the needs might be, it can be challenging where the organization already maybe they might have some basic understanding of the necessities, and they might even create some opportunities for volunteering where you can interact, and that relationship kind of starts forming organically. And once, if they are closer to you than their caseworker, they might even skip their caseworker and start directly connecting with you on different levels. So I would say connecting to an organization that can provide some basic understanding of what's happening with the community and what the needs might be, and then going from there. But in case there's no organization and the families are struggling, most of the time, most of these communities who come from different countries, they come from a very community-based culture, so I think they might even appreciate a knock on the door and saying, "What's up? How are you doing? I'm here to just say hi and see if you need anything." Or if you don't even want to pose that question, you might say, "Hey, my child or the school has a picnic today. Would you like to come join us? We have a potluck party." Just include them in your festivities, and I think from there you can start building other opportunities, which I can't see for you, but you might be able to see it.
Sure, we'll go to Gertrude and then Marita, if you wanted to.
Yeah, somebody from here came from Family Room. Family Room has different programs and has a way it has brought people together from different communities. And actually, I'm one of the people who go there sometimes because we have some groups we go in, like mothers with, most of us are asylum seekers, others, like we are immigrants, and we find it fun. So if you have I think you should talk to Family Room. They have those programs and they will give you a guideline on how to bring those people together, because usually they give us some multicultural food, and you sit around and you associate, and it's fun. And they do it on a yearly basis. It's not like a party, it's a community thing. So Family Room will give you proper guidance on how to do that, but it's fun and brings so many people together from other countries.
Thank you. I think Family Room is affiliated with AALV, if you're
Yes.
looking for that. And then did you want to finish this? Oh, no, I'm sorry. What, did I say that wrong? Sorry. Okay, AALV is,
Let's put that on the microphone, Jan. Please.
okay. Oh, same building. Okay, well, we'll get information to you about Family Room so you know what the connection is. Thank you. Oh, it's the Parent-Child Center Network. Yeah, okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, and finally, we'll end with you on this question.
I think everybody's just saying the same, how to, integration and how do we want to integrate people to these communities. And the schools are a great place because the kids shouldn't be like separated from the other students because you come from another country. Yeah, they might not speak English, but bring them to the classes. They are going to learn English like this. I've seen it on my own kids. Having like potlucks with the family, asking them what do they want, what do they need. Yeah, I think when we start separating people, it's not really creating a safe space, it's more like isolating people, and we should stop doing that. And the Latinos in Vermont group is great, but the one that says no spam, no ads, there are two groups.
Thank you.
And don't be afraid of making mistakes. It's fine. It is totally fine. Human beings should practice forgiveness at all times because we're imperfect. So the whole concept of cultural humility, competency, yeah, all of them are fine and wonderful worlds, but we're human beings. And I think love compensates for a lot of things. So
that is a nice note to end on, a little love. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you to the audience.
Before we all break for lunch, I just do want to take a minute. Extra special thanks to our panelists. Hi. Extra special thanks to our panelists for sharing of yourselves in this way. Really generous, and we appreciate you, all of you. So some quick housekeeping for folks before we break for lunch. I know we're losing some participants over lunch, so we're going to take about a 45-minute lunch break. Folks are welcome to roam the campus, eat outside, eat in here, live your life. We'll be in the middle hall there, so if you have any questions for any of us, if the temperature is still not quite right, anything, I'm here for you. I'll be in the hallway, so come see us. I know, we put in so many requests to make it warmer, I'm so sorry. A few things that I just, while I have your attention quickly, first of all, let's consult my little list of things I don't want to forget to tell you. First of all, I want to thank, the genesis for this convening was very much from the community-based organizations that have been volunteering their time over the last few years to fill in some of these resource and case management support gaps that there aren't government-funded resources to serve. And so I just really want to, and they were also the ones who conceived of Vermont Asylum Assistance Project. Those organizations got together, dreamt up VAP, fundraised for it, and made it happen. And that's how Marnie and I get to be here with you all. So I just want to thank the community-based organizations. There are 7 of you. You're all incredible. And particularly the genesis for this particular event, I want to say a special thanks to the Chittenden Asylum Seeker Advocacy Network, Cassan, and Pam Walker in particular. Thank you. Jan has feedback.
Would all the people from our network stand up? We have 7 of us statewide. Go ahead, just stand up, all of you who are affiliated. Woo. The reason is, just know who they are. They range from St. Jade down to White River Junction to Brattleboro to Randolph to Montpelier, Central Vermont area, to Rutland, and then Chittenden County. But I just wanted to say that I am from the Chittenden group, but Pam Walker is from CV Rand in Central Vermont. And when we were getting together 2 years ago, 2 years ago, writing a grant to and we should recognize the Canada Family Foundation that gave us a grant, and one of that pockets of money was for a symposium, and Pam Walker had the idea for it. So we just wanted to recognize her as the genesis of that planted the seed why we're here today. So thank you, Pam.
Thank you. Thanks, Jan and Pam and all of you. Yes, a very special thanks to the Canada Family Charitable Trust, the Clues Fund, the Vermont Bar Foundation, and also to the Vermont State Refugee Office, who covers my time so that I could be here to help support all of you in this event. So big thanks. Thank you very much, everyone. I appreciate that this is a lot of content to cover in a very short amount of time. So what we hope here is that this is the first of many conversations. Share your feedback. Let us know if you want to learn more and we want to have more convenings and service-based gatherings like this, and we'll make it happen. So just thank you. Thank you all very much. Please enjoy lunch, and we'll see you in 45. Thanks.
You guys, that was awesome. Thank you. It was a great Thank you.
Of course, it was lovely to be here.
I'm happy to take, these are some that Jill proposed, but if you'd rather me read something else, I'm happy to ask.
Okay, thank you.
This is good?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's fine. I could be Catherine if you want. I mean, I am. I'm not just
And then if we have any, and then I was going to ask you about, do I have it the wrong way?
Yeah, I do a lot of trauma.
Yes, that's right. So I think
You know this
there's
stuff.
overlap in the Venn diagram, but
There is a little bit of an
forget any prep. I'll ask her about challenges of trauma that success.
Great.
And then you can talk a little bit about kind of
Just if I start looking at my phone.
Yeah.
If I start looking at my phone whilst other people are talking, can you just like...
Kick you?
Yeah, because it's a really bad habit.
I think we're going to overlap.
Software.
We're only 10 minutes behind schedule, and so I'm proud of us. I think we're doing great. A quick housekeeping note before I pass the microphone to Representative Dodge. We do have a considerable amount of lunch leftovers. I know there's a lot of providers in the room, a lot of people who do mutual aid here. I don't have like shopping bags or boxes, but I'll try and find some. So feel free to help yourselves and take the leftovers home to whoever might be hungry. Representative Dodge.
Okay, thank you. Jill, did you want? I can't tell which microphone.
You can sit wherever you
Okay, I'll be right here.
Yeah.
Hello. I am a representative for the town of Essex and the city of Essex Junction in Montpelier, and a proud Latina with grew up in an immigrant household in Montreal. Quite different than growing up in an immigrant household in Vermont. Thank you for coming today in a spirit of caring and curiosity. I'm very excited to help us learn from these experts in the field. And I'm proud to say that I've collaborated with many of the folks out in the audience and on this panel on researching, proposing, and bringing forth legislation. One bill that just got signed took so much work from so many of the experts all around me here today, so I can't thank you enough. And I'm going to introduce our 5 panelists so that we can sort of learn which organizations are represented here, and then we'll move on to the various areas of expertise. We have until 2:30, so I am gonna probably have to move everybody along. We're starting a little bit later, and please keep in mind that we have more time for questions and answers at the end of this session, right? We will have like a 45-minute sort of more interactive. So if we don't have time to answer all your questions as they come up, please write them down and hang on to them and follow up after the panel, just so that everyone gets a chance to share their wonderful wealth of knowledge. Ursula Georgioglu happens to be one of my dearest friends of 20 years. We raised our kids together. Ursula is at UVM Bridges to Health, where she helps migrant worker families in Lamoille County access healthcare and social services. She is herself a global citizen, having grown up in Uruguay and Brazil. We have Karen Fondacaro, who is the founding director of Connecting Cultures, New England Survivors of Torture and Trauma. Her 35-plus years of clinical work and research have focused on refugee mental health and interpersonal violence. We have Allison Segar of the Vermont Language Justice Project. She has worked as a social worker, activist, and filmmaker with refugees, migrants, and immigrants for over 35 years, both in England and the USA. So I feel like I have like 20, 35, 35. Got a lot of years of experience. Then Cassie Gillespie is a full-time lecturer at UVM Social Work Department, a podcaster, and a published author. She has over 15 years of experience serving children, youth, families, and advising social workers and legal professionals alike. And Kathleen Kelly, who is also known as Kathy, but because we have a Cassie and a Kathy, I will go with Kathleen. She gave me permission. Kathleen Kelly has coordinated social workers at Connecting Cultures and now works in pediatric primary care at UVM Medical Center's New American Clinic. She has been working with refugees for over 20 years. So, my master's is in Latin American history, which is not that handy out in the field. And I often wish that I had pursued a degree in applied social sciences. And so in case we have any undecided majors out in the audience, I would like us to start by having you each briefly share what professional disciplines we have at the table and how you apply them to your current work. So we have about 8-10 minutes to do that. So please go ahead. I'm going to end with Ursula. We agreed. We prearranged some little, the way the flow will work best. So actually, why don't we start with Kathleen?
Okay. Hi, everyone. So, social work, I think, is a discipline that's uniquely suited to serving refugees and immigrants. In my perspective as a social worker of getting close to 40 years, I would say that there are just so many opportunities and so much flexibility around meeting our clients where they're at, innovating new approaches, collaborating with other providers. So I think for any of you who are thinking about social work, I highly recommend it, although we should be paid better.
That's
but I think it's
helpful information to have.
Yes, yes. A really broad discipline that is very focused on individuals, families, communities.
Hi, I'm Cassie. I'm also a trained social worker, so I'll add on to everything Kathleen said there. But something that folks don't know sometimes about social work is that the social justice mandate is an essential component of our work. So we are trained to do all kinds of work with different individuals, families, groups, systems, or organizations. But our code of ethics requires us to be assessing and pushing for change for larger social justice. So, yeah, and I am currently applying that in my current role. I'm teaching, but also really bringing me here today. I do a lot of work with helping professionals to get into their own workplace stress or workplace trauma, and committed to bringing the social justice lens to that, so that we're not just talking about our own impact, although that's important, but we're talking about the way being impacted as professionals or volunteers changes the type of service we're able to provide to vulnerable parties that we want to work with and on behalf of.
Hi, my name is Alison Seeger. I graduated from the University of Bath, England in 1983 with a degree in social work. It was at a time where there really wasn't any conversations about race and racism, not in the college I was at all. But what there always was in my training back last century was an understanding that it's to do with systems and how systems work together, and there was always an understanding of some kind. It was mainly class, because that's what we do really well in England, systems of oppression around class and the haves and the have-nots. So that's kind of where I come from. But I also did a diploma at Burlington College, which is now defunct, in documentary filmmaking. And I think there's a connection between documentary filmmaking and social work, and it's that you just hear stories every day as a social worker, stories after stories after stories. And when I became a documentary filmmaker, I just really the reason I did it was because I really wanted to tell people's stories. And all my stories pretty much have a theme around struggle. It's kind of depressing, really, but it's true. So when I set up this project at the beginning of COVID, it wasn't called the Vermont Language Justice Project then. It was really bringing my two kind of disciplines together, the need to give people information who were oppressed and were the have-nots, information about COVID in as many languages as possible in a format that they could receive it, which wasn't written but was audio visual. So that's what's brought me to today.
Thank you. And Karen.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? I am trained as a clinical psychologist, but I believe I am truly a community psychologist with the work that I do. And in the training part of psychology, you're basically trained to provide mental health treatment services for folks, whether it's post-traumatic stress or depression or anxiety. And what I've learned from working with refugees, new Americans, and immigrants is that psychology is not enough. We need social work. We need legal services. We need holistic services. So although our training is really an important piece, I think I've learned with my first client that I saw back in 2007 from Sudan, and this person was referred because they had post-traumatic stress and a lot of trauma from the journey, and also things that had happened back home under conflict. When they came into my office and I'm ready to do my PTSD treatment, and he looked at me and said, I know I have that thing, but I haven't eaten in 2 days. So I immediately had to blow out any of the rules that were placed on me as a psychologist, and I ran upstairs and got him some food. So it was very clear to me from that point on that you can't do mental health intervention without social work, basic needs, housing, everything, and also the many legal services. In our program, we also now have physical therapy because lots of folks who are tortured have some kind of chronic pain. So that's my story.
Thank you so much. And Ursula, tell us about...
So, hi everyone, nice to be here. Although my original training is as a biologist, and this original training helps me in medical interpretation, in teaching health habits and prevention, I feel that in my case, I rely more on my lived experience. So I came to this position as a member of the immigrant Vermont community, and have lived the experience of a challenging visa status for many years, and also cultural barriers like language or cultural per se. So I feel that that is what most helped me in my current position.
Thank you. As a member of the same Latinx community that you serve, Ursula, can you speak about the multicultural views on health that service providers need to understand when working with immigrant communities?
So I did some cheating notes here with help of my fabulous team. I just want to speak about 3 details that I think is helpful to have in mind when we serve these communities. One of them is be able to build relationships with them, to better help them and to maintain transparency of the needs and challenges that they possibly have. This is especially important when we need to know the status of the client and we need to provide for the best services offered. Another detail is the cultural competence, so working in cultural competence to understand the real needs and the barriers, also to soften the edges of cultural differences. It's important to be clear with the clients and to have, so they can have the clear expectations about the scope of the support and the timeline and the possibilities. And also it's important, the third detail is to have humility, to be able to be an active listener, and to be able to review our own biases and assumptions, to keep all the client priorities front and central. So even that part is hard sometimes for me. And
can you give us any concrete examples to illustrate? To
illustrate these three things. So, in building relationships and in cultural competence, for me is relatively easy because I am from that culture. So what I have to say is that I take my time. I take every opportunity as a social opportunity and an opportunity to learn from the family that I visit, for instance, and be in the moment and try to connect without rush with that person. And usually is a learning opportunity moment, and is the most efficient way to learn about what they need, and also to learn about the systems that we are helping them to navigate, and what are the blind spots in the system that we have to try to bridge. Another example that I probably will be important to talk about is in the sense of the humility, and this is a very important one because myself, I am from the community and I have a lot of experiences shared with them, but sometimes it's hard to leave on the side your own privileges and try to, so you make assumptions or you make conclusions or even you give tips based on your own, and you always have to review that in order not to forget to prioritize what is important for the client. So one of the examples is, for example, one of the examples is, for example, a woman was prioritizing formula instead of breastfeeding, and I was thinking, well, it's so important breastfeeding for your baby the longest time, but sometimes other people in other circumstances, more important is to be able to work, to come back to work, and to train your baby to be fed with relatives or parents or friends. So, and we forget that other cultures live more in systems, communal systems, not in families, dad, mom, and kids like us. So, it's important to realize that that is okay. It's beautiful instead of different. It's beautiful because it's an example of communal responsibility towards a child in the house. Another example was a young, strong, and brave woman that I met that had a baby and decided to send the baby to her country of origin. And I spent like 2 months trying to convince this mother not to send the baby, to stay, because here we will be able to help some way. But she was a single mom, and I wasn't accounting for this, what I just said in the other example, the communal responsibility. For her, she was sending her baby to her sister, her mom, her community, and all of them are responsible for that baby as well, and she trusted them much more than leaving the baby in a daycare in a foreign country with another language and she having to work all day long. So I finally learned that after the fact, and I'm so happy. I learn every day with them. So.
Thank you so much. Those are great concrete examples that I think truly illustrate for us what we mean when we say these abstract terms, right? Like, what's anti-racism really, you know, or what is humility truly? So thank you, Ursula. And then I loved what you were saying about how you build trust and being able to speak to people from a similar cultural perspective, which for Spanish-speaking immigrants is you know, using, for us to have this common language can be a real strength. And so I wanted to ask Allison if you could speak a little bit about language justice and the wonderful work that you've achieved, and how that concretely looks and why it's effective.
Yeah. So cast your minds back to March 2020 when the country was being shut down and we were desperate for information about how we could save our lives, basically. You know, this virus sweeping the country, the world. And I will say, me as an educated English reader, was able to get tons of information off the internet. I watched every single press conference that Governor Scott gave with, what's his name? Dr. Levine, giving all the latest information. I learned that I had to be 6 feet away, that I had to wear a mask, how to make a mask, where to get a mask, all those things that we just English speakers and readers could actually understand to do. And I was acutely aware that not only my own family, not all of whom had could read or write English or understand English, but many of my clients and many of my beloved friends didn't have those skills, were being left in the dark, and it was really disturbing and upsetting. And I'm just going to say this as an aside. My ex-boss describes me as a disruptor, and it wasn't meant as a compliment when she said it to me. But I take it as a compliment, and just as an aside, I really encourage everybody in this room to become disruptors and be curious and challenge the status quo. So I challenged the status quo and used my skills. I used to work for Howard Center mental health for a really long time. But on the side, I started talking to my friends, particularly my friend Mohammed Jaffa, who was a Somali Bantu refugee who spoke Somali and Mai, and I said, we need to get this information out in other languages. So I wrote a script, he translated it into Somali, and then he got his sister, I think, to hold his iPhone, and he read the script into the iPhone, and that was how the Language Justice Project started. We got a ton of people involved in a task force. There was 40 people meeting twice a week, all of whom were community partners. We found people who were trusted community members who were, for the most part, interpreters in the community. We paid them to translate the scripts, and they would send me back an audio file, and then it kind of kept me sane during COVID, really. I would make these videos, post them up on YouTube, and then we would get them out into the community in whatever way we could. Fast forward a couple of years later, we got a big grant from the Department of Mental Health, a health disparities grant through the CDC, and I quit my job at Howard, which was really nice, after 23 years, and started working full-time. We called the project the Vermont Language Justice Project. And today, I'm just boasting, I guess. We've had we've had over a 250,000 hits on our YouTube channel. We have over 1,700 subscribers, and to my knowledge, and we're working now in 19 languages, including ASL. And we're the only project in the country consistently doing work in that many languages, and I think we're the only project in the world doing that work, to be honest. So that's cool. Yeah, whatever. But what's really important to know is that we're not doing anything, we're not just doing COVID anymore, because COVID is in the background, and we're getting to do all these other things, which is really, really awesome. And what's...
Can you give us some examples of the video themes, that information that folks who work with New Americans can point to?
So we have just completed a video about how to vote in the next general election, which has been paid for by the state of Vermont. Oh, God.
Secretary of State.
Secretary of State, thank you. We've just finished a series of 8 videos paid for by the Department of Mental Health around all topics to do with mental health. And when we talk about cultural competency, you need to know that so many different cultures look at mental health so differently. So one of the things that we do in our videos is that we really have to think about our words really, really, really carefully, because what might make sense for one culture, one language group, doesn't necessarily make sense for another. So we're really careful about what words we use. We avoid nuance. Anything that's nuanced, we avoid, because again, you know, many things just don't translate and can have completely different meanings. So yeah, how to vote. We just shot a video, which we haven't put together yet, about what is a mammogram and why you would need a mammogram. We've done videos about, oh my goodness, how to use Narcan. And just as an aside, yet again, many of you who are direct service providers or are volunteering, when you go to somebody's house, very often what you're going to get when you arrive through the door is a paper bag full of everybody's mail, right? And because people just are getting mail all the time, they can't read and write. And that's really important to remember. It's not that many people can't read and write in English, many people can't read and write in their own language, which is why videos are so key. And what's great about what we do is that, you know, there's a link to our video, and people will send the links out to the community members, and they can watch the video over and over and over again to understand the information. We did videos about health insurance. But when you get that big paper bag and they have to, and your job is to then go through it, people are missing huge amounts of information when they just put those pieces of paper, those envelopes in the bags. So for example, Medicaid just rechanged all their reauthorization laws around who can get Medicaid or not, and those letters were coming in very specific envelopes with a big red something on them, right? And so we did a video called Open the Envelope. If you get an envelope that looks like this, open it, and then go and find, if you can't understand what it says, go to see somebody who can tell you what it says, because that's how whoever was talking earlier Medicaid gets cut if you don't fill out those forms in a timely way. So this was a very clear way of making sure people open the envelopes. You can go to, I can go on about this for a really long time, so I'm not going to do that, but you can go to our website, which is vermontlanguagejustice.org or something like that. If you put in Vermont Language Justice, our website will come up, and there will be links to all our videos in all the languages.
And then you can follow them on YouTube, because that's the
if you
channel.
subscribe.
So then you'll get the latest
playlist,
video
and you can
in your-
sign up.
in your
You can sign up for our. We're going to start doing monthly newsletters where you'll get all the latest playlists of videos. I want to say 2 things which I've completely gone out of my head. What were they? We're running out of money. You know, we're falling over that cliff, that post-COVID cliff, along with many other organizations. And what I really don't want to do is to just work with organizations that can afford to pay us large amounts of money to do videos. There's things that I really want to do. I want to do videos about more preventative cancer screenings. I really want to do videos about women's reproductive health and sexual health. and we need money to do those things. Otherwise, we're just going to be doing videos with people who can pay for our services, and that's not, those videos aren't necessarily what our community partners and our community members are asking for us to do. But what I guess, just to finish, I want you to be disruptors, I want you to be curious, and I really want you to challenge the status quo, and I want you to think, when you are talking with somebody about I'm not going to say me, I'm from England, where we have a national health service. The health system in this country is so complicated. We did do some videos about health insurance, but everything is so different in this country. And again, as an educated English speaker, I struggle all the time with systems that are so alien. And if I can read and write and do research, just think what it's like. Just put on, you know, the glasses of somebody from a different, the eyes of somebody from a different background, and really think about how they are seeing the world and how they are understanding it, and go from there. I could go on.
Thank you so much. Well, and I like that you ended on speaking about health access, because now I'm going to move on to Kathleen and have you speak a little bit about any helpful, like, how can organizations partner up to increase health access, to conquer language barriers, and to have real health, positive health impacts among new immigrant populations, and, you know, any innovations that you've witnessed or undertaken. Thank you.
I could also talk about this probably for hours. And I just want to echo many of the things that Allison just said, but especially the importance of language access, thinking about how the individuals we're working with are hearing what we're saying. So I'm not just talking about which language it's in, but the words we use, the terms. We often meet with a care team for a particular patient, and invariably someone around the table will start using jargon and lingo, even though we've explicitly said, please don't do that. The interpreter might not understand that, and then it's that much harder to explain that to the parent. So always thinking about that lens. And I think collaboration is such an important part of this work. So none of us can do this alone. We have, when we think about innovations, Dr. Andrea Green is one of the pediatricians that I work with, and she is very well known for good reason. She's been very innovative. She's been a disruptor. She's really pushed on systems to be more responsive to the healthcare needs of refugee and immigrant children. And as part of that, she started a clinic, which is a partnership with our colleagues at the Family Room. And it's located in the community, so it's outside of the hospital. It's in a neighborhood where a lot of our families live. They could walk there, they could come in, their children can be seen, they could go home with food that we get through the Family Room. They could go down to the Family Room, use services there. They could go upstairs to the Association of Africans Living in Vermont, AALV, and get help around lots of other things. So really thinking about partnership. Who are the essential people that we need to be connecting our families to? And I think we are best meeting the needs of our patients when we're really thinking in that way. And in doing that as well, we're also thinking about what are our families' needs? How can we help them get those met? So moving outside that silo of the American healthcare system and really thinking about what are some creative ways to do this. More recently, we've had an influx of many Spanish-speaking families. So we have quite a few new patients, and we could not serve them the way that we are currently serving them without some great partners. And so we have partnered quite a bit with Bridges to Health, and they are really essential in helping us connect with families, getting children signed up for the immigrant health insurance plan. Also, our partners at the Family Room have been an integral part of that as well. So they are meeting families, they are helping them get established at UVM Pediatrics, and then they're really helping us problem solve when things come up, helping with transportation, helping with paperwork, helping track families if they are moving around due to difficult housing situations. So we really couldn't do this work alone. It's so important to be collaborating with other partners. And I think, did that answer the question?
Yes, I mean, I think you gave us a lot of examples of collaborations that you might not be thinking about health when you're thinking of childcare, right? Like the family room.
Right.
I think I just want to highlight that the times that I have visited the family, the clinic and the family room, and the magical thing is that it's like one-stop shopping. And I think as somebody who was assigned to sit on the transportation committee, that's the thing that we hear the most is just such a massive obstacle. We know that transportation is one of the most important obstacles to getting out of poverty. And so, add to that language barriers, unfamiliarity with a public transit system or a public transit system that isn't, doesn't quite get that last mile connected, or if you have small children and it's winter. So having many things happen in the same place becomes really important, and it creates a bigger community, right? It creates a network with the community itself, and so people can run into each other, and that is really valuable. Thank you so much, Kathleen. And as we all know, another crucial aspect of health is mental health. And so I would like to move on to Karen to speak about maybe some of the unique challenges that survivors of trauma from immigrant communities face, and ask you how a trauma-informed approach that we hear a lot about in psychology, how can it be adapted, or can it be adopted, or how do you have to be creative to adapt it for a different cultural context?
Okay, so the kinds of experiences that folks have, the ones that come to our clinic, and we also partner with ALV, so we have a satellite office there, but the kinds of problems that people come in with they basically come from three stages. One is pre-migration, one is the journey, and one is post-migration. That's really the resettlement challenges. So pre-migration, you have the war conflict, political conflict in the countries, and about 60% of folks that we see have been tortured in some way within their home countries. So we're talking about people who have already started with horrific experiences, and then they go through the journey, and the journey is challenging. People are walking with their children, they're walking with their families. They may lose a family member along the way. They may be assaulted along the way. There's more challenges in the journey. And then when they get to lovely Vermont, As hard as it is to say, we sometimes welcome people into poverty. And that's really challenging, and that's why we're all together here today, is to try to figure out how to holistically really work in multidisciplinary teams to provide the support so that people can come here and actually succeed in the way that they want to, and to be able to keep their culture and to take parts of the culture that they're coming into, which also leads to one of the things that happens when you work with folks who come from these experiences, and you are helpers, you are volunteers, you are in helping professions. You tend to be very compassionate people. You tend to be kind, you tend to be loving, you tend to want to give, give, give. But what happens with that compassion sometimes, which we have to really think about, is that you can, and Cassie's going to be speaking more about this, but you can really end up having, there's a zillion terms for it, but you don't know when someone's going to break out into their story. You're a trusting person. You have, or you may not, have been trained to tolerate the emotions that you may have in response to this story, and it can be very intense. So there are things called compassion fatigue, and you can figure out what that means. And then there's secondary trauma. There's vicarious trauma. And these are things that kind of come with the work. Who do you think potentially can experience vicarious trauma or secondary trauma or compassion fatigue? Who might experience it?
All of us.
Yell it out. Lawyers, doctors, volunteers, anyone. Now, sometimes people feel bad that they're experiencing it, and as I said before, it kind of comes with the position. So there are antidotes to this, but I work with many graduate students in the clinical psychology program, and they do have nightmares sometimes when they're listening to stories and doing this work. What we have to do is support one another. You have to have peers that you go to and really talk about this. It's critical to have that. And if you're a trusting person, stories are going to come out. And it's just like if you have a really good friend and they're feeling angry about something, ever get a little angry yourself with them? Or somebody's sad about something, hear a sad story, you kind of pick that up. You can pick up some of a trauma response. So something to just keep aware of. But that's the downside. There's also an upside. The upside is that you get to experience something called vicarious resilience. Has anyone ever heard that term? So vicarious resilience is a lovely term coined by Dr. David Gangzy, who worked with torture survivors. And the resilience that the individuals we work with is amazing. It's absolutely amazing. And we do sometimes get this sense that if that person can go through that, well, I can sit up here and talk to a few people, or you can catch their resilience, for lack of a better way of saying it. But it's a really positive thing that goes along with the meaning of life, the idea that life has meaning in it. When you do this work, it's very hard to not say that there's a purpose in what I'm doing. There's meaning behind what I'm doing. And that's a really upside to the work that we do, too. But I did want to emphasize self-care, 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 much more complicated word than it sounds like, but really keeping your boundaries, being able to shut work off when you need to, really doing that to make sure. The other antidote to some of the trauma response is joy. So making sure sometimes people feel, and some sort of way, things to look out for is things like, I can never do enough. I can never do enough. Oh my gosh, I've worked all day, I've worked all week, and I still can't do enough. Sort of a message to you that you may be a little overloaded. Another thing is guilt. This person went through all of this. How the heck can I go out and buy an expensive pair of shoes? Can't do it. You start treating yourself less okay. Another thing to look out for. I had another one, but I can't see it. Just a second.
Self-care.
Oh, minimization. Well, I didn't get shot today, so what the heck am I complaining about? And really like minimizing your own emotional response in the world. So there is something called trauma stewardship, and I truly believe in this, which is rather than I'm a someone who's becoming traumatized by the work that I do, how do I be proactive and on a daily basis talk to myself, self-reflect and say, do I like the work that I'm doing? Am I taking care of myself? Do I have support? So just to end on that, I want to say that I did bring a self-care assessment. It's sort of like a thermometer of your own response, and it's something worth taking like every 6 months or so. And I also brought a book to show you. And Cassie, I'm guessing you might use this one too.
Is it Laura Vandernoot Lipsky?
Yes, it is. I have read this book 15 to 20 times. I have all my students read it. I have a copy just to show it to you. And anybody who does this work should read it. Doesn't matter what line of work you come from.
At the risk of shameless self-promotion, I host a podcast, and we interviewed her. We have an interview with Laura on the podcast.
Nice.
Yeah.
So here's the book. It's called Trauma Stewardship, an everyday guide to caring for self while caring for others. Really worth investing in. I don't get anything out of it except people do a lot better and don't burn out as quickly, which is really important in this work. She is Laura Vandernoot Lipsky.
D-E-R-N-O-O-T, Van.
And she's funny too. There are New York Times cartoons in here. There's a great one with a hamster running on a wheel, and then there's another wheel where the hamster stops and said, "I had an epiphany." Like, maybe I have to stop every now and then. So it's a really worthwhile book to get.
Thank you so much for these great resources and tips, and I think we can all take a little moment to just whisper to ourselves, I am enough.
And if you want a copy of the self-assessment.
Oh, yeah, that's scary, not tests.
Very important. and it has physical self-care, psychological, it goes through spiritual, all the different realms. So you'll see where you need a little work. Sure.
We will share it through Jill. Thank you so much. And so this is a great opportunity to now really think about how, when you were talking about the what was it, like the resilience, the sort of virtuous cycle of resilience, of seeing struggle, that, right, if you're struggling, it means that you're still there, and that's a good thing. So struggle doesn't necessarily have to be negative, right? I think that a lot of us may be unaware, right, that you come with your best of intentions to work with the community and just have no frame of reference for what they may or may not have been through, and maybe not the entire family unit, but one of the person in the household, and a lot of the conflicts that you might be witnessing, and sort of stuckages, for lack of a better word, that people can't seem to get past, are probably rooted in the trauma. And as probably a lot of you know that wonderful book, El Viaje Más Caro, The Most Costly Journey, that the Open Door Clinic was encountering so many folks with very serious, we kind of poo-poo the psychosomatic, but very real, physically felt symptoms that were rooted in a psychological, like you said, either the pre-migratory, the migration, or the adaptation to your new homeland. So can you tell us, Cassie, any good ways to to good tools that we can bring aside from this, from us being ready ourselves. What can we provide to the new Americans who've been through something like that? Or what, what's your first step? How do you approach a client that may or may not have done this? Can you talk about it or not talk about it? What can you tell us?
Yeah. Or I can tell you how I think about it. How about that? So my practice, although I did work directly with asylees, refugees, and people experiencing various immigration statuses, when I was doing direct service, I've spent the last couple of years really working with practitioners and helping professionals. And I get to speak, frequently and almost always after talking about this in similar ways to the way that Karen has just sort of set it up. Someone comes up after and says, I think I'm impacted by my work. And I'm like, yeah, probably we all are, right? Because at the core, all of us are impacted people in some way or another, working with impacted people. And it doesn't mean we all have the same impact, but maybe we do. Maybe we have shared identities and shared experiences where we know something about the population we're serving because we've had a similar experience. Or maybe we've had different types of impact. But either way, we're all human. That's human rights work, right? We try to see the humanity in each other. And so I think the first thing about how to approach people is to know something about your own standpoint. I'm doing the popping. We were joking about it before. Your own standpoint and your own positionality. And so what I mean by that is if you're coming in to try to work for someone or help someone instead of collaborating with someone, and if you are impacted by everything you've been seeing and hearing and you are dysregulated, whether you're a paid clinician or a paid attorney, or whether you're volunteering your time or working in your faith community, it doesn't really matter. You won't be able to offer your best humanity if you haven't also taken stock of how you're being impacted. Because when we are impacted is when we're more likely to assume, operate from a place of bias. We can cause all types of inadvertent harm to ourselves and to the people that we're hoping to work with. And that is a tough thing to think about at times. I don't know if, the one term we didn't get out before was moral injury, and I don't know if folks have been hearing about that, but I'd like to define it if I can. It's the idea that sometimes there's a gap between what you would like to do based on your morals, your values, and your ethics, and what you're asked or required or able to do in your place of work. And that when you either have to transgress your own personal morals or values, or you just continuously are exposed to suffering that shows that you can't offer people what they need, that takes a toll, a cumulative toll. And over time, that can be harmful. Trauma-informed or trauma-responsive practices really seek to try to create situations that uphold the humanity of people in as many circumstances as possible, and seek to try to minimize the experience of what we call re-traumatization. Many of your organizations may have gone through a trauma-informed implementation. It's been kind of a buzz over the last 10, 15, 20 years. But I have two critiques I'll offer. This is just the world according to me. The first critique is that when we talk about trauma-informed implementation work and systems, we often forget to talk about ourselves in it, the providers. So when we do, there's maybe a thing at the end about wellness, but it's all focused on how we serve other people. And that would be really fine if we didn't cause harm when we're impacted, but we do. So we have to talk about what impact is happening to the workforce. And I'll just disclose, one of the reasons I'm so, this is my geek out area, is when I started my career, I was, within a very couple years, working in a special investigations unit, doing all infant fatalities and significant child sex abuse cases. And I experienced acute secondary trauma, but we didn't have that language at the time, or at least no one had said those words to me. And so for the longest time, I didn't know what I was experiencing, and I wasn't able to be effective in my work. And it wasn't until I left, healed, started doing some research, talking to other people, I was like, whoa, there's an epidemic of all these like helpers who are really having a hard time and are potentially maybe even harming the people they're trying to serve, because none of us are talking about it. So first critique of trauma-informed implementation, we haven't given permission and language and training to really talk about the toll that working in the fields we're talking about today take. And then the other critique is that we've left whole disciplines out of the discussion. So I do a lot of training right now with like bar associations on basic trauma-informed or trauma-responsive strategies because, do we have attorneys in the room? If you're an attorney in the room, raise your hand. Okay, we have a couple, thank you. I'm gonna guess, you correct me if I'm wrong here, that maybe starting as early as law school, you were given information about the dangers of being an attorney, insofar as like, there's higher rates of mental health, right? Higher rates of substance use, higher rates of this and that. And then when I say in some type of legal setting, like, what were you told to do about that? Were you given any strategies?
1 hour a week of wellness, or 1 hour a year, or 2 years.
They have to do 2 hours per year of training on wellness.
Less, I think. 1 hour every 2 years.
And when did that start?
I think like 4 years.
Like 4 years ago. You see where I'm going with this, right? Karen was able to rattle off immediately a whole list of antidotes. There's a clinical and a collective approach built in to many of the helping disciplines, like social work and psychology and mental health. There are many disciplines, including the folks who haven't had, who are working in volunteer roles or in faith communities, who may not be coming with any type of required credentials, who are sitting with human suffering every day and not offered the same information that some of the other helping roles are given as basic kind of introductory training. So this is a really long, circuitous answer to your question, but I think that the answer to how to approach this work is to remember the humanity of everyone involved, always. To let go of the idea that you're helping or there's a Lila Watson quote where she says, if you've come to help me, you're wasting your time, but if you've come because your liberation is bound up with mine, then we can work together. So, I think at the end of the day, trauma-responsive practices are essential. And also, let's not prioritize the experience of any one party in this way. Let's not forget about the power and ensure that we're also attending to the impact of the provider, because that can really impact the service that can be given. Does that make sense?
Absolutely makes sense. Thank you. And then to connect that with sort of one of the questions as we were coming up with questions and what people wanted to talk about, I get really excited when I get to meet other Latinos that we can chit chat and we tell each other our stories and blah blah blah, and and how did you grow up and how did you end up in Vermont is always one of the questions. And I think it's really important and amazing. The more I work with migrant justice, we don't have anybody here representing. I just joined the advisory panel, the advisory board, but what I see is the goal is, and the whole structure of the organization is based around empowering workers to mobilize for their own rights. And so what you just said really echoes that, and is why I value that. I value that approach. As you say, nobody is perfect as we are approaching this work. It should be done in collaboration with the understanding that new Americans are incredibly resilient, resourceful, and motivated and brilliant, which is why we want to welcome as many as possible to our state. I don't know if you heard, but we have a workforce issue. And so the last question I would like to first ask the audience, if you are a quote-unquote new American who is here today, can you please stand up? If you are a new American, please stand up.
I can stand up.
Please, por favor.
I guess, I'm from England.
New American.
If you are the child of new Americans, can you please stand up? If you don't like that term, it does, you know, everybody's got issues with what terms we use. If you consider yourself a first or second generation immigrant to this state, to this country, I just want to thank you for becoming, and I want to thank anybody who has helped remove any obstacles for you to do this amazing work. So thank you. And so the last question I want to ask our panelists, and you don't all have to answer, but can you give us some specific examples of a way that you've seen or that you have been empowered to work from within the community? How do you empower from within the community so that we are working in tandem?
You know, I'm just going to say what I want to say. I don't know if it's going to answer your question.
You what?
Disruptor.
So we are putting together an app, and that's going to be, no, this is really important. When you talk about empowerment, people are going to be able to just go on their phone, and they are going to be able to have access to all the information that we have in their own time when they want to have it. And that's going to be able to be shared with anyone in Vermont, in the U.S., in the world, to give them more information. And I think that's just, they're not going to be reliant on Kathy sending the video out to her client. It's going to be there for them to use in the languages that we're doing the work in. So I think that's an empowerment thing.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
It's going to be called IFY. That's IFI, not iffy. Information for you.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Actually, that does lead to another app.
We're so tech savvy.
We had developed a treatment program for refugees and survivors of torture that is published, and if anybody's interested in it, I'd be happy to send that along too. But we received an NIH, it's called an NIH SBIR grant. It's a Small Business Innovation Research Grant, and small business was not my specialty at the time. It was working in mental health with new Americans and refugees. But with that said, we realized that many of the evidence-based treatments certainly were not culturally responsive. And in addition to that, a lot of the work that people have to do when they've been severely traumatized is not just that 1 hour with their therapist or with the person that they're working with on well-being, but that there's always things during the week that they have to do. So we developed a language-free app that actually parallels the treatment, but we found that anybody can use it, but it has coping skills on it that have no language in it at all, and just pictures, so that if someone goes through it, either a clinician or a volunteer or anyone goes through those applications, the app and the different modules in it, that they could practice it. There's a deep breathing orb that doesn't have now take 3 breaths in, but it is a picture of it and reminds people to do their deep breathing. There's another one that has seated yoga on it. So there's a number of different modules on there that people can take home during the week before they meet with you again. And some people really like one of them or one of the other ones, and some work for some and not others, but you get to learn that about the person. But it's a nice technique-y thing to have in your back pocket. And we did focus groups with with individuals in the community trying it out. They get to make an avatar of themselves, which they love doing. So, but it's all non-language based, so it's really useful for folks.
¿Cómo? Sí, puedo repetir la pregunta. So again, I love these examples of I guess another way of putting this would be how do you utilize the strengths and skills that immigrant Vermonters can bring to the table, whether it's for their benefit, for the service provider's benefit, or for the rest of the community's benefit. If anybody has some examples of that, obviously, with the language justice, that's part and parcel with what, Allison, you're doing, is you are relying on the community building, the recognizability of the individuals who are being recorded in the video, speaking in the language. These are trusted, known people in their communities already. And so that's one of the really great examples. Anything else? Yes, Kathleen.
I just want to say I do a lot of training about working with interpreters, and I always end with respect our interpreters, respect their wisdom, respect their place in the community. That also goes for community health workers, other leaders in the communities. I think it is easy for us to say we're experts in this. I will never say that about myself, even though I've been doing it a long time. The real experts are the people with lived experience, the people who have walked the walk. I've heard a lot about it, but I have not done that. So I think we always have to be really centering those folks when we're making decisions. We're really trying to do that more at the hospital. We are starting a community council, which is a patient family advisory council, and we're really trying to listen to what people are telling us about, talk to the communities, get their buy-in, don't just create something for them. We want to hear their voices. So I would encourage you all to think about that.
Yes, Kathy. Thank you, Kathleen.
And I'll just add quickly, I think organizations work best when service providers and service users have overlap, so it may be that as I was born in New York and English is my first language, and I could tell you the story of my family. It's an interesting thing where you come from, how important that story is, right? But immigration status is no longer, I think, a variable for our family in terms of identity. But being able to have that conversation and a curiosity about what is relevant or important parts of identity with everyone we work with, I guess that's what I mean by the humanity first part. And so I'm kind of rambling. Let me take one more hit at it. I think that you'll hear cisgendered white American ladies sit up here and talk about us and them a lot, and I want to break down that wall. I want to encourage people to own where they don't have a shared identity, be curious about where you might, never expect that you are owed anyone's story, but be aware about the power differentials and where they are, and as we increasingly create opportunities, we're for mutual aid models. I think that's something that I've learned.
Okay, thank you so much. And I was just informed by our overlord, Jill, that we have time for questions because we are.
Because you did a good job sharing.
Well, I don't know, you guys maybe could feel my evil eye when I was like, wrap it up. No, I'm just kidding.
I felt it.
We're all very well connected. So please feel free to raise your hands. Please speak loudly and clearly if you can. I think, look at that. Excellent. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ellen Green. I'm with Bridge to Rutland, and we have a couple of small children. asylum seekers who exhibit some lack of language. The family speaks one language and the culture speaks another, but more than that, it's that they often communicate with their hands, which doesn't go over well in the school. And so when we've asked, you know, we're thinking maybe they should have a little bit more help with a psychologist who's bilingual, we were told, oh no, they get a half hour every week with the school psychologist. And I went, okay. So we found out there is one bilingual Spanish speaker who is a school clinician, psychologist who can do evaluations and who will only work through the school, and our school won't bring her in. And I'm just wondering, where else can we go for help? Because my feeling is all kids that have come through asylum processes to get here have enough trauma with the rest of their family that they need help. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Okay,
Yes, these are questions for any of you, and Karen is ready. Thank you, Karen.
I'm always ready. That's the problem. Well, you know, we do go into a number of schools. We have something called, it's a trauma systems therapy for refugees grant that we have with AALV, and we go in with a therapist and a cultural broker as a team, and there's 4 different levels of intervention. The first level is mental health is not addressed at all. It's more, what's it like to be in Vermont and you come from another country? Very, very focused on well-being and just having a space for kids to talk. And then the second level is being in a group where they may learn some skills. The third level is when someone needs more one-on-one for traumatic experiences. And the last level is when there's some kind of non-safety in the home. So it's this developed treatment model from the Boston Children's Center, and we work with them on this work too. And Lauren Dewey, my colleague, leads this program with Jessica Story from ALV, and they're in a number of the schools right now. So I'm not sure which school that you're referring to, but trauma systems therapy in the schools is really a nice wraparound program, and the kids do really well in that program. And hopefully one day we'll have it throughout Vermont.
It sounds like
I can add
you're a perfect person to follow up on. Yes,
I think, again, you put your disruptor hat on and you ask for an Act 264 meeting, which is a coordinated service plan meeting. And when they say, they give you the crap, you get the parent, even if they can't read and write, you write the letter for them, and you get them to sign it, and then they have a duty to do an Act 264 meeting. That's a plan where they bring everybody to a meeting where they'll bring everybody together, and a plan is developed to discuss what is best for those children. I worked in schools as a social worker for a really long time, and I don't know how it is now, but when I was working in schools, the law was in special ed, it would take 7 years before you could do an assessment, a special ed assessment, because the child didn't have the language skills needed to, I don't even know, because it was ridiculous. But if you have to be, you just have to become really, really, really pushy and get, and see that child as your kid, and what would you do for your kid? That's how I really do my job. Oh, I bet you're pushy. But try asking for an Act 264 meeting. Do you agree with that?
I would echo that and say, make sure they are able to get a developmental evaluation. And sometimes kids are just active, and it may be trauma, it may be a developmental issue. There are a lot of possible reasons why they may use their hands a lot, maybe cultural. So it would be helpful to get the school team more involved. It's their responsibility to figure that out and put the right things in place.
And I was just going to actually add, in the interest of best using immigrants themselves, ourselves as resources, this biennium, we did get an act passed to grant professional licensure to people regardless of migratory status. And so I think part of the issue here that you're illuminating is when you don't have somebody who can relate culturally, how can you evaluate for something as complex as psychological, early child development, and what's normal and whatever, define or what could be useful paths forward. And so, just be aware of that change if you come across people that say, oh, well, I'm a psychologist, or I'm a social worker, or I'm a, all kinds of professional licensures. So, yeah. Any other questions?
Yeah.
We have time for maybe one or two more. Yeah.
More of a comment than a question. This goes way back to Cassie was talking about like the provider and the client being like having overlap, but just thinking about the ways in which our policies impact our ability to do that. So thinking about if you work for nonprofits, what the policies are that make it hard for members of the communities that you're partnering with and serving to become employees, and ensuring that those policies can be shifted, right? So educational requirements, those kinds of things, that how do you actually honor lived experience in a way so that people are being paid for that experience and can get the same jobs that people who have been in the US for longer and had those opportunities for education, because I think that ends up being a big thing. And I am a school social worker, and I think ultimately there's some policy stuff around your question, because I think schools also are incredibly hesitant for kids who don't speak English as a first language. I don't know how young these kids are, but to assume there's a special education need, there's a lot of resistance there, which I think is rooted in good practice, that just because a child doesn't have English, it doesn't mean they need special education. And so I think having some curiosity about where that, not, because also paying for evaluations are expensive. Vermont schools don't have very much money this year. So trying to figure out what is the roadblock. It could be many different avenues that are blocking that.
Thank you. We have time for one more. If there's anybody else with the burning question, I see somebody in the back. Thank you. There goes Maya. Thank you, Maya. Thank you.
And just to clarify, I was just curious about this example. Was it that the parent didn't want to pursue further advocacy, or was it the school did not want to? Because I just wanted to highlight the example of that Dr. Fondacaro shared about.
It was the school.
It was the school, but
yeah.
the parent was in support of it. Okay.
The parent wrote a letter also.
Okay.
And we did have an Act 264 meeting. And I was 18 years in this school district as a union leader, and I think if I ask for anything else, they're just going to totally boot us all out. So, yeah, it's been really hard. So we're just trying to circumnavigate at this point. But thank you.
You could contact Vermont Family Network. They have a whole legal team, and they could act as. Yeah, you did that as well.
You're on it.
Damn, I'm out of options.
Disruptors meeting their matches.
Yeah, it's moral injury.
Yes.
Don't give up.
Okay, well, thank you so much to this wonderful, esteemed panel, panelistas. And thank you for the great questions. Let's go to bed. So, and just so you know, my understanding is that we are doing a quick stretch break, but we are going to sort of try to be back here. We were going to end for 2:45, so look at us, 2:43. So just quick stretch break, not as big of a break.
Doesn't go away.
Next time I rehearse more.
This thing again a bunch of times.
Oh.
No, it was really thank you. It's really nice to. My name's
Good.
Yes.
Hey, buenísimo.
Way far back, my brain was like,
Yeah.
For anyone who is online, we are now ending the live stream because the rest of the day will be very interactive, but thank you for tuning in. And we'll see the rest of you who are here soon.
Yeah, yes. Okay, and I'm happy to do that. I think we ran into a few things. I ended up, there were a couple family emergencies, then I had a grandson born, then my daughter.
I wanted to, we came in late because I was with my mom getting cataract stuff, but I really wanted to meet